Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. We are Beulah Land at Temple Kipharim, giving all honor and glory unto the Most High King of all creation, asking that He would bless our efforts, bless all that we do in relation to pleasing Him, to giving Him the highest glory and praise. The Father reigns forever, and there is none beside Him. We have a very interesting title for today's lesson. Very interesting title. Jesus, King of Yisrael. Well, we have to check on that, and we have to verify that, and we got to come to some type of conclusion on that. But we're not going to waste too much time talking about evil and negativity and focusing on things that we know ain't got nothing to do with righteousness, truth, and wisdom and knowledge. So let's get right to it, y'all. Let's get right back to it. So what we want to do at this time is we would like for everyone to have the opportunity to thank the Creator for whatever it is that you would like to thank the Most High for at this time. You don't have to all rush. You can take your time. Who would like to be first to thank the Most High for anything special that they feel they would like to thank Him for at this time? Who would like to be first? Anyone? Is that you speaking, Emma?
Yes, I was saying, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I'll go first.
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No, real low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All praises to the Creator for allowing us to make it to another week, another Shabbat day. May the Most High be praised for all He is, all He does, and all He will forever do for us.
You messing up, Iman. We can barely hear you. At least I can barely hear you. I don't know what everyone else can hear, but you're going in and out.
Okay, maybe that's better.
So far, yes.
Okay. Well, Shabbat Shalom to everyone. Just want to give thanks to the Most High for all He is, all He does, and all He will forever do, if it be His will. Giving thanks to Him for my Horim, giving thanks to Him for my Ish, giving thanks to Him for my family, and just for life and the blessings and the lessons that come with it. I'm thankful for another blessed week of living, growing, loving, and just experiencing the different things that He has allowed us to experience. And even the test of faith that He places, in the midst of us, and just watching the miracles that the Most High places before you to grow and come true. So I'm just grateful, in so many ways beyond grateful, just for the life that He has allowed for me to live from the young to now, and knowing that every step, every breath, every part of my life has been ordained by the Most High. And so I'm grateful to be able to sit where I am now and to look back and to see who I've become as a woman, as a mother, as a wife, as a daughter, as a community worker, you could say, servant to the people. And I just feel blessed and thankful that He chose me to do such and to be such at this time. Say who?
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Sister Aisha. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. May the Most High be praised. All right, family. At this time of our day, we are acknowledging the Creator for the wonderful and beautiful things that He has done to us. So if there's anyone else who would like to thank the Most High at this time, now is the time to do so. Brother Asa. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. There your link, Brother Asa. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom to you. Good to see you. Isha, did you want to thank the Most High at this time?
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah. I am thankful for the Creator for a wonderful, power-packed week, adventurous week that we had. I'm grateful for the memories that we are making as a family, the people that we're seeing, and just the things that we're doing on the land. Slowly but surely, things are coming together. All praises for everything coming together in its timing. The Most High's timing is perfect. I'm thankful for the setbacks in order to propel forward. I'm thankful for this land and the little slice of heaven, as they say, little slice of what he said. What did Most High say? He'll be a sanctuary for us. I'm grateful for this sanctuary because it's just so peaceful, and you always know, and you know that you have a safe place to go to in this crazy world with everything happening in the cities and everything. So I'm grateful for this. I'm grateful to be a part of this and be a part of this family, and our son growing up in this way and growing up with land, growing up not boxed in. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that my son gets to experience um, childhood in that way, being free, being roaming the land, and being a boy, picking up bugs, all those things. So we've been having a good time, and I'm just grateful for the memories. Um, and yeah, Zehu, Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. And before we go on to the next one, I like to speak a little bit about sometimes, you go out and you get aroused by somebody and you just gravitate to that person because it's really something you secretly want from that individual. And it's usually whoopee, man and women. It's usually whoopee. But I like it when it's done in a righteous manner, which means that when you lead into a relationship with purpose in mind, it always seems to work out better. When you lead into a relationship, being a marriage, with purpose, intentionally leading into it with purpose in mind, it always seems to work out better. Don't allow your desires and your passions to rule over you, where you are allowing your emotions to get excited and you see this individual you want to meet, and the only thing you can think about is sexing that person, giving yourself to that person, or entering into that person for a man or a woman, however it is. Those principles are extremely, extremely important. Why do I say all that? I say all that is because of this. Those two women that you just heard from are both my Nashim, and they have been an excellent asset to all the endeavors that Prince has initiated and put in place and began to do for the people of Yisrael. Both of these women, I have sat here and watched them timelessly on the computer getting work prepared for our school, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim, preparing the background work for the school so that this year, when we open up this year, we're done with professionalism, force, power, truth, having the teachers organized and structured, and each portion that they are responsible for, they have both taken on a task of completing it, getting it done. It's still not completed yet, but they're still putting many hours and time into completing that task. And when I sit back and I watch them and I look and I say, that's what a wife is supposed to do. A wife is supposed to assist in the process of a husband's dreams to come into fruition. And they have done just that. They have, I mean, you go back 20 years before I met them, probably none of them was thinking about, and actually putting in motion to have a school. I don't know, but I don't think it was. But the thing is that since I've married them, they both have given their energy over and sacrificed on their own at different levels, one more than the other, one less than the other, but at different levels, they both have been combined to see this fruition take place in this lifetime that we exist in right now. And I'm so grateful. And I remember when my first wife, Princess Medaya, well, she's not my first wife, but my wife, Princess Medaya, I remember when we first opened the school, she didn't really want to do much in the school. She was pretty much an assistant to another sister who was doing a lot of the work at the school. And I used to say to her, "Babe, you got to get into this because you never know what might happen in the very near future." Well, that sister ended up betraying us, and she ended up leaving the school and doing something on her own. So that meant that my wife had to step up to the plate. And when she stepped up to the plate, she still dragged her feet for a little while. I would say about 6 months. She dragged her feet, which means she only did enough to come through. But after that, oh man, the Creator put a fire underneath of her. And she has, to this point right here, she has exceeded my expectations of what I would see for her to do as running the school. I could sit back now and just take the back seat and just pretty much govern things and how the final word is going to be. And this is going to be the final, how we're going to do everything. Other than that, her and the sister Zakaria run the school and do it well. And I'm very pleased with the efforts that I see in my wife putting it in, making it happen. And she's taken the assistant principal role, but yet she's running things like a champ, like she was born to do this, like if she was made to do. You know how sometimes you got a secret gift inside your genes and you don't know that gift is there, but somebody else sees it in you and they tap it into you and let that secret gift come out to the surface. And all of a sudden you feel at home and you find yourself saturating yourself with that gift and that talent. That's what I see in her. She has, but then again, she was raised, she was bred. Her father and her mother bred her for tasks like this. It's not really that difficult for me to see that gene lay dormant inside of her for so many years. They bred her. She was raised up in an environment that was conducive to this type of behavior. It just had to be ignited in her. And the Creator ignited it, and she ran with it. And she's still running with it. And she's doing her thing. And I like this. I'm thankful how things fall in place. My other wife, well, Prince, what you want to marry her for? Oh, I wanted to marry her because I see the potential in the young lady. I see she has the opportunity to be something great, and I want to help her to see her reach her goals and desires in life, not have to experience everyday life like other people had to experience, getting beat up, getting put out, being in dead end relationships. She was a beautiful lady. I said, you know what? I'm going to give her that opportunity. Gave her that opportunity, and what she did, she fit right in to the whole sequence of what has already been established. And she's been here now. She's the musical director of the school. She sits back and she puts the whole thing together in how the music department is going to run, how it's going to operate, and it's in her blood. She does music. You know how I know music is in her blood? Because it's now in my son's blood, and my son is singing and playing drums and doing all these things, and he ain't but 14 months. And where did he get it from? Because his Abba can't sing a lick. Y'all know that. Abba can't sing a lick, but his mother sings beautifully. And he inherited it from her. That's how I know it's in her blood. So I just sit back sometimes and I think to the Creator how blessed I truly am. How, when I set out on this journey in 2006 to get this thing done and completed, it's 10 years, 20 years later, but the Most High has put certain key people in the process to make things happen. But I get to enjoy these key people on many levels as my Nashim and as co-workers. It's a beautiful thing. Now, this is not to take away from anybody else who has contributed it to the benefit of Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim, a school that we started from pre-K to the 12th grade. All Hebrew children should be coming to our school. It's an online school where you can log in on your computer, no matter what state you live in. You can log in on the computer and be taught by your own people, taught the principles and foundations of being a Hebrew. These are things that we need to do to break these chains that the Most High says we are in prisons. We are in prisons, but we can break these chains of the prisons by first establishing the school that we can begin to work together in, to educate the minds of our children and to teach our children how to think. And that's exactly what we do. That's exactly what we do. So I thank the Most High for allowing all of these puzzles to come, these pieces to the puzzle to all come together. It's been a beautiful blessing. It's been a beautiful journey with these young ladies. And I'm grateful that the Most High has allowed them to say, yes, Prince, I'll marry you. I am grateful and I am thankful. Because you all know I could be a piece of work. But may the Most High be praised. So I just wanted to get that off my chest because I've been holding it in. Couldn't wait to the opportunity to say it, but now I've had that opportunity, so I've said it. And I thank also the sisters and brothers who have, when they heard the call, this is what we need, they say, yes, I'm here. We're going to do this for the children. It's not for Prince, it's for the children. And we're grateful. Brother Asa says the power of family. Man, you have no idea. I mean, you may know because you just got that type of nature, but you have no idea the power of family and what family can achieve. Oh man, it's powerful. You know, may the Most High be praised. I'm gonna let my words be few now, so we can go on with the lesson of today. Toda Rabbah.
Toda Rabbi, for those beautiful words. My sister wife said Toda for your kind words, husband. I did want to just say Toda for those words and of inspiration and just acknowledgement. And I just want to say that without a husband to push you to be at your greatest, sometimes you don't see it until somebody challenges you to step into certain things. And my husband knows, yes, I can be very hesitant about doing new things because I always feel like once he asks me to do something, I have to do it, not in a forceful manner, but it's like I go into my mind and I think about like, well, why is he asking me to do it? I do. I have these conversations within myself. And then I ask the creator, like, okay, now how am I supposed to do this? And Aisha said it perfectly. She said dragging her feet equals mentally preparing herself. And that's pretty much what I do. Because I know once I commit to it, that means I have to give my all to it. And if I just give a little bit, my husband's gonna come and be like, nope, that's not enough, or and do criticism, which is not a bad thing. I grew up in a family where we were taught that criticism builds character, it builds discipline, it builds up who you are. You have to know your weaknesses to know your strengths and to make your weaknesses become your strengths. So, I definitely appreciate your push and your drive. And yeah, like you said, I never wanted to be a teacher. However, ironically, my aunt called me one day and said, in Milledgeville, which is about 35 minutes, 25 to 35 minutes from us, depending on, how you drive, right? My grandfather's family is from Milledgeville, born and raised, built up that town. It used to be the capital of Georgia. And she said there's a plaque, like a plaque in the road, and I haven't gone to it yet. I don't know why, but I haven't. And it actually is a plaque of two of my great great aunts who were the first Black teachers in in the city of Milledgeville. And they actually built a school. And so when he said that it's in the blood, you know, and my aunt confirmed that, I was just like, okay, I'm built, I guess, yeah, I'm built for this. And when I look at my and that's on my mother's side of the family. But when I look at my father's side of the family, I have about, he has three siblings, and every sibling of his child, all of us are teachers or work at a school in some way, which is, beautiful to see it now as an adult. And yeah, like you said, I never thought I'd be doing this process, but I'm super grateful. I'm super honored. I'm humbled to be able to have a hand in the rearing of Yeladim, Al Talmudim, which is students in Hebrew, and just seeing them cultivate their minds, to become better and better and better, and take on the challenges that their educators bestow upon them. So I'm super grateful, and I'm grateful to be in this family. I'm grateful to be able to share whatever it is the Most High has planned for us. I'm grateful to be able to share an experience with you all and share with the community and bring the community into the process. And I did want to acknowledge that, this last Sunday was my father's birthday, his first birthday since he passed. And my siblings and I, we got together, we did like a little brunch. We got together um, with our children and my husband and our bonus children and just everybody, cousins and stuff. And it was really beautiful just to be amongst family. And I remember we decided that we were gonna just have family there because we're used to just opening up to everybody, but just to be with us. And it was a really beautiful experience. And I wanted to give a shout out to my daughter Niskia, who we call her Mama Makeda. I've known her since I was a little girl, from all the way from New Orleans here to Atlanta. And now she is actually uh, accepted herself about 20 years ago as a Hebrew Israelite. And so, and she's coming to the knowledge of self in that manner. And so it's a beautiful experience for me to have grown up with her as a Muslim aunt, and now she's my Hebrew aunt. She's my Doda, and she actually cooked the whole bunch for us, handmade, like from scratch, sausages, everything. All of it was vegan, and it's just beautiful to be able to have a family friend, a lifelong family friend turned aunt, who was really close and kind of best friends with my mother and close to my father, to still be in the presence of our lives, to still be able to come and hug us and hold us and actually be and live and watch my parents' grandchildren grow up, and so I'm just thankful to have her in our lives. And I just pray that the Most High continues to heal her. She's getting up in age, but she's still there smiling, and she's an excellent, amazing seamstress. She wants to be able to actually do sewing classes with us on the land. She likes to be hands-on, so virtual is not her thing. And so I just look forward to her coming, on the land more and teaching us her excellent skills. And I just wanted to acknowledge her, um, because a lot of times we forget those silent heroes in our life, those silent blessings that the Most High brings forward to us. And she is one of those. So Torah Most High for that. And like I said, just for life. I'm truly humbled with life and what we go through as a family, and the triumphs that we've been able to overcome. So, Zehu.
All right. Total Rabah, Total Rabah. This is going to be one of them days, family, where we're going to be here for a long time. We got so much to talk about today. I got like 3 chapters that I got to read today to bring out some information to us about the Most High and about Jesus being the King of Yisrael. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else like to thank the Most High at this time for anything special?
There's a couple of them in the chat. I can read them.
All right. You want to take them over? Toda.
Sister Aisha says, I'm thankful for Ahava, Hebrew love. And then she says, I'm also thankful for family. And Zaquina Sukai says, grateful that trouble don't last always, praising the Most High from whom all my blessings flow. He says,
Most
Shabbat
High be
Shalom,
praised.
family. And then Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby. Our Sister Gabby says, thankful to see another day.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby. We missed you last week, Sister Gabby. Shabbat Shalom.
And then Chief Malak says, I want to give thanks to the Creator for opening my wife's womb and allow me to raise a child in my elder age. Baruch Ha Elohim.
All right. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. May the Most High be praised. Opening my wife's womb. I guess that means you had another son. May the Most High, well, another child. I can't say it's a child, but another son. And what's your age, Mr. Otter? I thought you was around my age, man. Like, matter of fact, I think you probably around 31 by now, because I'm 39 and 3/4. So you must be about 31, somewhere in that area. May the Most High be praised. And that's not old for having babies. That's young for having babies. They can have babies till they get 90 years old to 100. All depending on how fast that semen flow.
Okay.
All right. So may the Most High be praised. Anyone else? He cracking up, huh? Anyone else want to thank the Most High at this time? There's a lot to be thankful for. I'm thankful for the Creator, for my daughter. One of my daughters, Talia. She graduated college last year, somewhere around May, I think, of last year. I wasn't able to go because it was on a Shabbat, and I felt bad about that. But I'm thankful that she went to college, she graduated, and she know why I'm saying all these things if she ever get to hear this lesson, because we've been through some times in our lives. But she graduated college last year. And then this year, she went back to college to get another degree. She already got a bachelor's degree, but she went back to college to get another degree. And I'm thankful and I'm pleased with that. You know, I'm very happy that she took on that challenge, because a lot of these children we have today are not really college material. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to take that time out of their day because they run in the streets. They busied on other things. They making money or whatever it is that they're doing. A lot of them don't think that college is necessary. And I too don't think college is necessary, except when you're going into a certain trade where they require you to have college education. Then college is necessary. And she's going to be a nurse now, and eventually going to be a doctor. So she's doing her thing, and I'm happy, and I'm going to support her the best I can in all her endeavors. I got another young daughter, Anaya, and she calls me up, Abba, are you still paying for me to go to school to get my hair license to do hair? Yeah, I got you, baby girl. I just need you to go do it. As a father, your job is to direct your lives, the lives of your children, their future, not to force it and not to demand it, but just to point them in a direction and help them to achieve their goals. And that's what I've desired to do with my children. Just point them in that direction and then help them to achieve it. If there's anything I can make it a little bit easier for them, then that's what I do. And I got 14 daughters. I think I got 14. Yeah, I got 14 last I checked. That's a lot of girls. That's a lot of girls. Now, out of 14 girls, I might got Trey, Tiana, I think 6 of them were college graduates. I think 6 of my daughters are college graduates. One of my sons is a college graduate. My other 2 sons is too young. My other children are all too young. But all of them went to school, graduated college, and they out doing their thing. And it's not too much more that I could ask of them, except that they would walk more diligently in the ways of the Creator. You know, that would be my only desire, that they will give more of their lives over to the King the Most High, the King of all creation. All right. So if I had my desire to come true, that will be one of them, one of those desires. And I'm sure that many of us in the audience will wish those same things on the lives of our children as well. So may the Most High be praised. Is there anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything else? Yeah, your children are your legacy, man. Your children is what you leave behind. If you look at your children today, say you're a man with 4 or 5 children, and they all alcoholics, crackheads, they go to jail, then that means you failed. Don't look at your children like your children failed. You have to look at you as you failed. You failed to direct them in the right directions of life. You know, I mean, people look at it different ways and say, well, no, I did what I could do. Well, what did you do? How much energy, how much time, what directions did you try to give them? What understanding did you place? Which discipline did you put in their lives? No matter how hard their youth was, when they get into their adulthoods, all the education that you gave them, all that training they rejected, it all kicks in when they become adults. And then they can see what it is that you were training them for, what you were preparing them for. So you have to ask yourself, when your children become of age, of adult age, and if they're not doing things, getting it, and they're impressing you, if they're not doing that, and they're just average children who smoke, get pregnant, have a bunch of babies, leave the responsibility on the parents, if they're those type of children, you have to ask yourself, where did you go wrong? Because if you realize it or not, your children are your legacy. They are a reflection of you, just like you are the legacy of your parents before you. If you're the type of individual who is sluggish, don't get much done, don't go out to try to make things happen for your life and for your children. If you're a man or a male and you got children all over the place, you don't provide for, you don't take care of them, you can get mad with yourself, but you also got to get mad at your parents, because your parents didn't instill in you the needed necessary things to move forward. And if they did and you rejected it, then bless your parents and hit yourself upside the head so you can get yourself in a better position. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. You can take the platform, Brother Asa. Shalom, Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Prince. Shabbat Shalom, family. It was a good week. I'm thankful for life. Thankful for family as well. Thankful for work. I had a productive work week. You know, I was able to complete a successful summer camp this week for some teenagers on entrepreneurship. And that was a most learning experience. And it's very important for us to teach youth, especially to engage the teenagers, about the importance of self-sustenance and using their ideas to make it profitable, so that later, whenever they're required to lead a family, then they are in a better position and don't necessarily have to work for another man. So it was a good week. I mean, there's a lot of work that I'm doing right now, trying to get my son off to college, and ensuring that everything is fine for the family. Happy to hear about my brother Chief Malak. Congrats to him. I can say it's the same, that Moses has blessed my wife, opened her womb as well, and we're expecting. So there's so many things that we can be thankful for. It doesn't have to be the big things, but there are blessings new every morning and every day. And we should not hesitate to share this, because other people need to hear this so that they can trust in the Most High. Trust that we'll have a Barak day. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All these babies, all these women getting pregnant with these guys, these husbands having babies, creating, babe. Man, come on, bro. We got a lot of catching up to do, y'all. We got to catch up. We got to catch up. They wouldn't outnumber us. What is it, 10-1 the last time we checked? All like 10-1. May the Most High be praised. We got brothers in here having Hebrew babies, raising these Hebrew babies up to fear, serve, and obey the Most High of all creation, creating their legacy. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So we got two of them. Two of them about to have some babies. That's right. I'll join that race again if I can, if the Creator allows me. If the Creator blesses me to, I'll come join that race with y'all so we can raise them, all them 3 boys at the same time, raise them up. Yes. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? All right. And Brother Asa, I see we got something to talk about a little later on, too. I see we got something to talk about later on. I'll probably give you a call after Shabbat or one day this week coming up so we can have that conversation. May the Most High be praised. And if I forget to call you, please call me so we can get it done, because I'd be so swamped with so much to do. My intentions be in the right place, but sometimes we just got so much going on. It's very difficult sometimes to remember everything. But the important things is the ones I try to hit first. So more than likely, I'll be calling you up. All right? So is there anyone else like to thank the Most High at this time? Is there anyone else who would like to acknowledge and give praise, glory, honor, and respect to the Most High Father, King of all creation? Is there anyone else? The father of Abraham, the father of Yitzchak, the father of Yisrael. Anyone else? All right. Nobody else stepping up. Nobody else standing up. Nobody else shouting and screaming. So we're going to go on. We're going to move on. And Shabbat Shalom, Aim Kater. Shabbat Shalom. Ima Habarit. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all. Ima Sukari. Shabbat Shalom. Ima Sukari. Shabbat Shalom. How are you today? Smiling as normal. May the Most High be praised. All right. Let's go. We're going to give a commandment then, and then after we finish the commandment portion, we're going to get into our lessons of the day. And we got some lessons for the day. We're going to intrigue your mind. We're going to excite your spirit. We're going to take you somewhere where you've probably never been. We're going to look deep into the subject, Jesus, the King of Yisrael. So you might want to go out and invite your friends, some of your guest speakers, people, scholars, call themselves scholars, or actually might be scholars, whoever it may be, that you think this lesson might benefit, and invite them in and see what they think, because we're going to drop some jewels. Let's get it in. All right? Oh, this isn't controversial stuff. This isn't nothing to argue about. This is no debating stuff. I'm just talking about that spirit. That's all. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Who would like to be first to give their commandment of the day? All right. I got a commandment I want to talk about. All right. Since nobody else ain't speaking up. See, I don't believe in procrastination. I believe in getting it done when it hits your spirit. Get it done. Don't procrastinate. Don't take your time. Get to it. Sometimes procrastination can cause you to lose your life. So you got to get in the habit of being spontaneous with your response, your actions, your emotions. And if you don't even know what you want to say, just start fiddling so you'll actually begin to say what it is that you need to say. So when somebody asks you something like that, don't even waste, don't hesitate, don't pause, don't even sit there and think. Just let them know, oh, yeah, I want to say this. And then it'll come to you what you need to say. Then you say it. There's no space for procrastination. Procrastination can cause you to lose your life. So don't be a procrastinator, because it will become habitual in your practice. And then you'll procrastinate on so many different areas of life. One day you'll wake up and you'll sit back and you'll be like, damn, where'd my life go? Your life left when you was procrastinating, which means that you missed out on so many benefits that you could have brought to your life because you was procrastinating. All right, Brother Asa got his commandment. I'm gonna just go on the backfire, and I'm gonna let Brother Asa do his commandment. All right, Brother Asa, you got it. Brother Asa, you still on mute, bro.
Oh, right. Oh, thank you. So I've just I took your instruction regarding sharing the commandment as soon as I find it. Um, I've not fully interpreted what the extent of what it suggests, but it says Bamidbar 27:8 says, and speak to the children of Israel, saying, when a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. Right. What when I read this, I recall being asked which gender do I prefer when a child comes, and I say, it doesn't matter whether the Most High sends, then that's what we should be grateful for, right? But this command really points out the importance of a son, right? And it speaks to inheritance, and most times the daughters, they will go to another household and will form with other families, but the son brings the family name, in terms of the surname, right? There's a reason why there's this command that you should pass on to the daughter, because the daughter is a gift as well from the Most High, no lesser a gift. So we just need to be conscious of ensure that our daughters, guide them so much that they will not join the nations, take on a spouse of the nations, because that can actually water down the culture that we have. Although whenever they're adults, we don't really get much say, but for those that are young, we should guide them as soon as possible, so that whenever they reach that adult age, then whatever the teachings of Torah, they will have that, and they will use it as counsel to lead to the families that are Torah abiding. Yeah, that's what I gleaned from it.
All right, Brother Asa, don't go anywhere yet. In order to give the family a full understanding of that, would you be in position to read that chapter?
Yes, it's right in front of me.
Yeah, because, and I'm gonna say this why. If you left it at that, they wouldn't have a full understanding.
Oh,
So you would have to read that chapter, or if you already know the understanding, you can just explain it. If not, just read the chapter so everyone can walk along with you and get a full understanding of what this verse is speaking of. Would you mind?
yes, I remember the story, but I rather read, that is quicker.
Yes, please do
Then
that.
came the daughters of Zelophehad, son of Epher, son of Gilad, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the clans of Manasseh, son of Joseph. And these were the names of his daughters: Mala, Noah, and Agla, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moshe and before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders and all the congregation by the doorway of the tent of appointment, saying, our father died in the wilderness, yet he was not in the company of those who were met together against the Creator, in company with Korah, but he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be removed from among his clan before he had no son? Give us a possession among the brothers of our father. Moshe then brought their case before the Creator, and the Creator spoke to Moshe, saying, the daughters of Zelophehad speak what is right. You should certainly give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And speak to the children of Israel, saying, when a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause an inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the nearest relative in his clan, and he shall possess it. And it shall be to the children of Israel a law of right ruling, as the Creator commanded Moshe. And the Creator said to Moshe, go up into this Mount Abarim, and see the land which I have given to the children of Israel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people as Aharon your brother was gathered. Because you rebelled against my mouth in the wilderness of sin, in the strife of the congregation, to set me apart at the waters before their eyes. These were the waters of Meribah at Kadesh in the wilderness of sin. Right. Do you want me to stop there?
Yeah, you can stop there. All right. So what we got going on here is didn't get into detail as I needed. I think it's in the 30th chapter, but let me look and find out exactly the portion that I need to be brought forward. Numbers 33, I think it is. It's not 33. I'm going to find it right now. Give me a second, please. I think it's what I must be in error. 36. Let's go to number 36. All right. I think it starts around verse 11. Oh.
It's before that. Earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Before that. Okay. Yeah. Let me read through this real quick. Okay, that's it. This is it. This is what I want to read. All right, let's go. Start at verse 1. Make it. It's not that long. So start at verse 1.
Numbers 36, verse 1. And the heads of the fathers of the clans of the children of Gilad, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, of the clans of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moshe and before the leaders, the heads of the fathers of the children of Israel, and said, the Creator commanded us, my master, to give the land as an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel. And my master was commanded by the Creator to give the inheritance of our brother Zelophehad to his daughters. Now, if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance shall be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry, and taken from the lot of our inheritance. And if the Yobel of the children of Israel takes place, then their inheritance shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe in which they marry, and their inheritance taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moshe commanded the children of Israel according to the words of the Creator.
Now, this is the law of that inheritance. See, what they was trying to prevent was that if a woman inherited this land or whatever the possessions of her father was, and she go and marry a man from another tribe, then that inheritance leaves from that tribe because she takes it with her into her marriage. So they brought this argument to Moshe, and this is the answer.
Verse 5, 36, verse 5. And Moshe commanded the children of Israel according to the word of the Creator, saying, what the tribe of the sons of Joseph speaks is right. This is the word which the Creator has commanded for the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, let them marry who is good in their eyes, but let them marry only within the clan of their father's tribe.
You see that? Now they could inherit, but their husband had to be within their father's tribe. So if their father was of the tribe of Judah, that meant they was of the tribe of Judah. And if they wanted to take the inheritance of their father, they had to marry a man that was of that same tribe, the tribe of Judah. If they married a man that's outside of the tribe of Judah, let's say Zebulun, let's say Naphtali, if they married a man outside of that tribe, then they could not inherit what was left from their fathers for them. Do y'all follow me so far? They could inherit, but they had to marry within their father's tribe so that their inheritance will always be in their father's household. The Creator is deep, man. It's a beautiful thing for a daughter to be able to inherit that what her father's has, but it has to be within the father's family so that the inheritance never left the family.
Question, Prince.
Yes.
But if it still remains among another tribe in the tribe of Israel, doesn't it still remain in Israel? And isn't that all good?
It only,
What's the risk of it going to the other tribes which are
only
still part of Israel?
it could not leave from one tribe to the other tribe. And if you watch the last chapter that you just read, Numbers 27, it went from the fathers to the father's sons. If he didn't have any sons, it went to the father's brothers. If he didn't have any brothers, it went to the father's family. And then from the father's family, if there was none in the father's family, it went to the father's family tribe. And then if it went to the tribe, there's definitely somebody in that tribe that could take that land on. But never did it go back to the children of Israel unless there was nobody else of that particular tribe. So if it was no more in the tribe of Judah, nowhere, then it could go to another tribe. Then they would have to stay within the land of Israel, within the nation of Israel. But as long as there's a tribe, it will go to that particular tribe because that tribe is related to that father, more so than just a regular Israelite. Now, it will go to a regular Israelite if there was no more members of that tribe alive. Then it would go to another tribe, and it will remain in those tribes until all 12 tribes was used up. Then the nations would inherit it. It will be lost forever. You follow that?
Yes.
That's what the Most High said.
So the daughters, they would rank about sixth or seventh after all the options are exhausted.
No, the daughters. If there is no male son, then the inheritance can go to the daughters. So they're second. The man's son was first, and then the daughters was second. And then the daughters, if they took the inheritance, then they had to marry a man in the tribe of whatever their fathers was, so that inheritance can be handed down through the father's lineage.
And if they go out, they would have to give back the land.
They had no inheritance.
They had no inheritance.
They couldn't take the inheritance if they married another tribe.
So it's conditional.
Yes, absolutely. Because the inheritance that the Creator left on record for us was supposed to remain within that tribe. It was supposed to stay within that tribe. And if that inheritance went outside of that tribe, then the father wasn't appreciative of it. Because that's not who he gave it to. So that's deep.
That's one of my favorite.
Okay, look at verse 8. I'm sorry, Ima. Let's start at verse 7.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
Numbers 36, verse 7. And the inheritance of the children of Israel is not to change hands from tribe to tribe.
There
For
you go.
every one of the children of Israel is to cling to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter possessing an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel is to be the wife of one of the clan of her father's tribe, so that the children of Israel possess each the inheritance of his fathers.
Now, that's the law of the Most High. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribe of the children of Yisrael shall keep himself his own inheritance. That's the laws of the Most High. So now, today, family, how many of us marry within our own tribe? Because for real, you wasn't married, supposed to marry outside of your tribe. Everybody was supposed to marry within their tribe. But how many of our young ladies today marry within the same tribe that they understand they belong to? Well, first question come to mind is, I don't know what tribe I am. A lot of us don't. A lot of us don't. I would say whatever tribe you feel grafted to, that's the tribe you accept. If the Most High ever gave you a tribe in your visions, your dreams, your thoughts, then that's the tribe you take on. If you see and you're reading the scriptures and you see the characteristics of certain people in certain tribes and you feel you can relate to that, take that tribe. That's just Prince's opinion of it. Remember, family, we're in the time of our day when we're giving commandments. So we got a lot of people in here, 1,100 people here. We should be giving out commandments. This room should be flooded right now with people giving commandments to the Most High. Also, family, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. I went on this one sister's Facebook page, she's a devout sister. She here every week. And I went on her Facebook page and I saw her sharing other people's pages, but not ours. She had one share on our page from about 2 years ago. And I was so sad, but I couldn't say nothing to the sister. You know, I'm not going to say anything, but I'm going to just say, family, please. And I didn't do this to go check to see if y'all sharing. I'm not saying I'm doing all that, but I went to her page and I got curious. And I just started scrolling down the page. I got back to 2 years ago and I saw one share 2 years ago of Beulah Land and Temple Kephirim. But she's here every week, faithfully, every week. And even if she don't speak up, she still be here every week. But she had like one share from 2 years ago. But every week we ask that people share, you know, because it's important that you share these types of things so that we can reach people that ordinarily wouldn't be reached by us. So make yourself useful in the best ways you can. You got to like, you got to share, you got to subscribe. Share on all your media outlets. Copy and paste it, share it, so that this can get around, so the word can get out, so people will start coming, and so people will hear, so people can start learning and being educated to the ways of the Most High. And I would pray that you're not ashamed that you're here listening. I would pray that you're boastful and proud. Yes, I'll be a Beulah Land and Temple Kephirim, and this is what we learned today. Because a lot of the world don't know the knowledge that you're getting. A lot of the people can't travel in the way that you're being trained and taught how to travel. A lot of people can't do that. They can't jump to these scriptures and dissect these things in the way that you are. So let's be good about this. Let's help. Let's share. Let's promote. Let's push it. We got 2 likes out of 1,200 people. 2 likes. We got to do better than that, family. You know, that algorithm keeps the pace and how often the page flows, but you got to help it get there. All right, let's get moving because I don't want to talk too long.
Okay, Prince.
That type of thing. Yes, bro.
Before you go, I just realized that this was one of the 2 commandments that when the people consulted Moshe, he had no answer and he had to go back to the Creator. So of all the commandments, there were 2 that he had to consult with the Creator as if there was none. He didn't know what to do. One was with the man pick up sticks on the Shabbat. He had to go to find out how to deal with it. And 2, with the inheritance for daughters, he had to refer to the Most High to know how to deal with it. So, but what I'm getting from it is that there is no discrimination against women. There can be no thought or suggestion for that because the Most High implements adequate protection for women and for daughters so that, you know, they are not left vulnerable and exposed. That's
absolutely true. That's absolutely true. A lot of people will look at this and say that this is a man's world. See, this is lopsided. It's just about the men, but that's not what it is. Women are supposed to be protected. Women are supposed to be provided for. No woman that's married to a man should ever have to work. She shouldn't have to go out of the house to work for another man to be her boss and superior over her and reign over her. That is a no-no. That should never have to happen unless the husband says, all right, if you want to work, you can work. Go ahead to work. But she should not have to work, which means that the man is supposed to provide for her and take care of her. Women are supposed to sit back and take care of the household. That's what they're supposed to do and be spoiled and pampered. That's what women are supposed to do. But they got to earn the right to have that done. Women shouldn't have to worry about everyday stress and hustle and bustle, getting bills paid, making money to pay the rent or pay the mortgage, get the car note, pay for gas. Women shouldn't have to worry about that. You know what they should do? Pick up their phone and say, husband, This is what we need. Now, he might give you a hell of a time trying to give it to you, but in reality, it's his responsibility. And if he can't do it, then he got to go get another job. He got to go get another job. He got to go get another job so he can take care of his household. He started this mess. He got to finish it. A man is not supposed to have a wife that he can't afford to take care of. Just that simple. But you got a lot of males today. A lot of males today will have the women out working while they sit home and play on Facebook, social media, and other things. But, you know, it is what it is. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any other questions? Any other comments? All right. Ima?
I have my law of women ready as well.
Okay, you got yours. Go ahead. Where yours at? My apologies.
Did we want to read the one on the screen first?
We're going to do yours. Where your law at? Your law.
My law is from Shemot, Exodus, chapter 14. Oh, wait. I think it just moved. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. My apologies, Slika. Exodus chapter 12, verse 43 to 47. And it reads, "And the Creator, the Most High, said unto Moshe and Aaron, This is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then he shall eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth out of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it." So this reminds me of the Passover that we just did last time, where we cooked the lamb all whole, all together. That was the first year that we did that, and I just immediately thought of that because I'm like, oh yeah, we did recently just learn that we weren't supposed to like cut up the lamb. You're supposed to cook it whole because the Creator says, "Do not break a bone thereof." So that's where, if anyone is curious on where that law is or why we should need to cook the animal whole, there it is. It's right there. So I just wanted to point that out because it reminded me of last year of what we did for the first time, cooking it all whole, the head and everything. And then also too, it says in verse 46, the Passover meal shall be eaten, as the Creator says, in one house, one I'm going to say, like, building, one altogether, one place. You shall not carry forth the flesh abroad out of the house. So wherever you are eating your Passover meal or Passover ordinance meal, it should be in one place. You shall not be carrying it to and fro, because maybe this is just my opinion, but the Creator might feel like, that food, that Passover ordinance food is holy. It's a what do we call it? It's not the sacrifice itself, but it's a remembrance, of the sacrifice. So in order for it to be as close as possible to the first one, which we can't do the first one again, we can't actually sacrifice in this land, but to get as close as possible, we need to consider the food that we are eating in Passover, the lamb, and especially the lamb, but I'm sure the whole meal itself, as holy food. And that should not be taken out of that space, because once you take it out that space, it's a part of the regular world now, the regular society, the regular surroundings. So I think that's interesting as well. I don't think we've ever not eaten it in one place. I don't think, but just wanted to point that out as well. So that is my commandment. I think that was like maybe two commandments in one, maybe, but total rabah for this knowledge, most high, total, and shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Dropping jewels on the Shabbat day. In that something. Shabbat shalom, Aim. Shabbat shalom. All right. Ima, are you present, Ima? Did we have any other commandments you wanted to read through?
Yes. Yes.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Uh, Sister Aisha's commandment can be found in the book of Exodus, Shemot chapter 20, verse 16. And her Lord reads, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." And her explanation is, if thy eye did not see it, thy mouth shall not speak on it. The words one speaks will either create good or bad in one's life in accordance with Torah law.
May the Most High be praised. That's it?
That's only one share.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Sister Aisha. If thy eye did not see it, thy mouth should not speak on it. The words one speak will either create good or bad in one's life in accordance to Torah law. All right. May the Most High be praised. Torah God. Are there any other commandments? Anyone else would like to put a commandment up to acknowledge the Most High?
I have not.
Who's that? Is that you, Ima?
I have not.
Yeah, you must be
Yes,
getting a
I
cold.
have my commandment.
Are you getting a cold?
No, I'm not getting a cold.
I can barely hear you, but go ahead. I'm listening.
My commandment can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 18, verse 1. And it reads, "The priests, the Levites, and all the tribes of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Yisrael. They shall eat the offerings of the Creator made by fire and his inheritance." And so, of course, this law is aligning with when the inheritance was passed down to the different tribes. And so when we're reading this and we understand it, the Most High was basically saying the tribe of Lewi didn't have a regular inheritance like all the other tribes where he gave them a portion of land or masses of land. Their inheritance came from the offerings of the people to the Creator. So their part of, I would say, inheritance was, as he said, his offerings made by fire and his inheritance. So if you are of the tribe of Lewi, your inheritance wouldn't be the same as everyone else. One, because we do know that a lot of those who are of the tribe of Lewi are Kohanim, high priest. And so there are there are even special laws that are set aside for high priests that even teachers, mores, princes, kings, all these don't have, you know. And there's different spaces or places in Tanakh to read these different laws that are set aside for the Levites. But I just, always think about when I read it about about inheritances. Um, it's just important to know your inheritance. So,
All right. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. You're absolutely right. There's certain laws and commandments that ordinary man cannot touch when it comes to the commandments of the Almighty. Read on, please.
Okay. Leviticus, Zakwina Sukari's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 12. And her law reads, "And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy power. I am the Most High." And she said, "People be holy." The Most High said to Moshe, "Speak to the entire assembly of Yisrael and say to them, be holy because I, the Creator, your Most High, is holy. Let it be known we are a holy people."
We are a holy people. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And as the Most High is holy, we are to be holy. All right. Thank you, Ima. Is there anyone else like to give their commandment before we move on for the day? We're going to get into some stuff, y'all. We're going to get into some stuff.
Oh, Abba, can I say, I just wanted to add to my sister wife's law when she said about when the Most High said to eat it in one place. The most important part about that was because the 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 part that wasn't read is that when all of it has to be eaten in one place, because at the end of it all, everything has to be gathered and burned. Whatever wasn't eaten, bones, skin, whatever is left, and if it's all scattered about, if 10 people got it and they all went to their houses, there's no telling if some lamb would be left over. And of course, the Most High said it had to be burned before a certain time. And so if it's everywhere and you don't know where it is, then you're not following the law and its completeness. And you do have people who do take their plates and go home, or take extra second plates and third plates and go home and share it out. And then also it helps to keep it in that one place, because he also says if you're unclean, you're not supposed to partake of it. And a lot of times in our own I would say ignorance, we'd be like, oh well, my wife is unclean, so I'm gonna go take her a plate. And we're forgetting about that. The Most High says she is not supposed to partake of it, or anyone who is in unclean. And so when you take that plate home, then whatever's left, that's a piece of it, a piece of the fat, the skin, whatever. You're basically going against the Most High's law. So I think we just gotta, when we think about in the one place, I just wanted to bring that out, because when she said it, I understood, why she said her thoughts of it. But I wanted to point that out because he explicitly explains that even more, I believe, from my understanding or interpretation, when you read it further. And it's important that we, understand why he said that.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. All right. Is there any other commandments, Ima?
No.
All right. We ain't got no more commandments. So let's get started with our lesson for the day. Is there any other conversation that we need to have? Are there any questions before we begin? Does anyone have any questions about anything, about anywhere, anytime, anyhow, anyway? Any questions in your spirit, in your mind, that you would like to ask before we begin our lesson today? Anyone?
I don't have a question. But when
Yes.
Brother Oscar brought up the law of the inheritance of the daughters, I put it in my comments, but I truly, I put it in the comments. But every time that law comes up, I actually feel really great inside, because I remember when I first came into this way of life, women, I was taught by just the mannerisms of the men that were there, that women weren't given any type of uh, credence or like respect in so many ways in the Tanakh. Like, women don't get nothing. It's always about the sons, the sons, the sons. And so when I heard that law for the very first time, I dived into that law um, of the daughters of Zelophehad, because it just showed how important it is. And even it showed that the Most High's grace upon daughters, because there are men who don't have sons. So, I felt like it was so important And I feel like it's important that, it's brought out to teach other, to teach daughters. Yes, you are important. The Most High sees you. The Most High has grace upon you. Because a lot of times in this walk, many daughters have felt left out or felt unappreciated or unloved because they're not a son. So I just wanted to bring that out because it always, I don't know, it just does something to my spirit when it's mentioned and brought up.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Sister Gabby. Shalom, Sister Gabby. People who teach that daughters don't matter clearly don't know the balance of the Most High. Okay. I like that. May the Most High be praised. I like that. All right, family, let's get started. Asking that the Most High will guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for he is king. All right, we're going to embark on some stuff, y'all. We're going to get into some chapters later on into the verse that's going to define Jesus, the King of Yisrael. Ooh, something for us to think about. So let's get started. Our readings today will begin in 2 Samuel chapter 24. 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1. Yeah, I got to do that every time to get the full effect. I got to get the full effect of JC in your mind so you'll know what's going on. All right? Jesus! I'm training in class on TV Beanie as my phone. Okay. Well, I spoke of you because you're a woman who has multiple sons, and you could speak on that a lot more later on if you want about the joy and the pleasure of having multiple sons. It's a beautiful thing. So let's get started. Let's get started. Here we go. May the Most High be praised. Before we begin, are there any questions about any subject, anything that you might have a question about, that you might want to clarify or bring some clarity to? Is there any questions that anyone has related to this way of life, related to the life you live in, related to society on a whole? Anyone, anything? I was watching a story the other day, it might have been today or yesterday, about one of the wildest beasts in the jungle. And that wildest beast that even lions don't mess with, tigers don't mess with, was the Mr. Otter. Mr. Otter. Don't nobody mess with the otter. Everybody stay away from the otter because the otter is vicious. I never knew that an otter can get as big as 6 feet. I never knew that. That an otter could be as big as 6 feet. Am I mixing the otter up with something else? I never knew an otter could be as big as 6 feet. I never knew that. I believe it's the otter. But the otter, nobody wants to mess with because they're so vicious. It said it has no fear. One of the smallest creatures, but it has no fear. No fear. And it will go up against anything. Right, so let's get started. We got 1,400 people in the room, and we're going to do our thing. Class is getting ready to get started. We're going to start at 2 Samuel chapter 14. 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1. And we're moving on now. Remember, well, what you may not know is 2 Samuel is talking about, they get big as 6 feet. Okay, I was right. Okay, very good. Now, we're entering into the last days of King David. So we done read the entire story of King David, mostly the entire story of King David. Before the end of this lesson, we're going to go from David to Solomon and to the Spirit of the Most High. And we're going to tie all that back in to the original subject. All right, so we're going to do some journey. Take a journey, y'all. We're going to take a journey. We're going to walk together, and we're going to get this thing accomplished. May the Most High be praised. All right. Did anybody want to volunteer to read today? Did anybody want to volunteer to read? If not, I am here and I am ready to go. Let me see how I can share my screen so that you all can travel with me. All right. Is that large enough? Can everybody read that? All right, there we go. We're going to leave it like that, just so everybody can see. All right.
Okay.
Let me see what this screen does. All right, we're going to go like that. All right, let's go. This is the part where you will also see in the book of Chronicles a mirror image of this same chapter that we're about to read in the book of Chronicles. In the book that we're about to read, it says that the Most High tempted David. In the book of Chronicles, it says Satan tested David. We know that Satan's job is to be a tempter for mankind. I think you'll find that in 1 Chronicles 21. I think that's where it is. 1 Chronicles 21. All right. We know that Satan's job, the adversary, his job is to test mankind. We know that's his job. But how does that relate to one place saying Satan did something and in another place saying the Most High did something? 2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1. It says again, the anger of the Most High was kindled against Yisrael, and he excited David against them, saying, go, number Yisrael and Judah. It says the Most High did it there. But if you go until 1 Chronicles chapter 21, it'll give you a slightly different understanding. So let's go there. 1 Chronicles chapter 21. And it says, and Satan stood up against Yisrael and provoked David to number Yisrael. And David said to Joab, the ruler of the people, go, number Yisrael from Beersheba even unto Dan, and bring the number of them to me that I may know it. Y'all see that? Y'all see that, right? But when you read in the book of 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, 2 Samuel says the Most High was kindled against, the anger of the Most High was kindled against David. So when it says the anger of the Most High was kindled against David, it actually means that the Most High had to tempt David. He had to cause David to become desirable to do a thing that the Most High didn't normally say, this is what we do. It's the exact same instance. It's not two different instances. It's the exact same instance, but you have to understand that the Most High uses his servants, and Satan is a servant of the Most High. Don't allow anybody to tell you that Satan don't reside in the heavens with the Creator, that Satan is not on the side of the Most High. Don't let nobody tell you that Satan was against the Most High. If the Creator had an enemy, he would just destroy his enemy. There is no enemies to the Creator. Don't let nobody fool you and cause your mind to start thinking about things about Satan, like Satan is evil, Satan is wicked, Satan is a demon, and Satan is the devil, and Satan is horrible, and stay away from him and avoid him. Yeah, you should stay away from him and avoid him, but he ain't all that stuff that they taught you in the Christian church. One thing to dominate people, you had to dominate people in the mind. And in the process, I've learned this many years ago while studying. And in the process of dominating people in the mind, if you got two groups of people that's working good together to build about great things, in order for you to get them to go at odds with each other, first you have to create and give them an enemy. And once you give them an enemy, then that enemy takes blame for everything that was done within the midst of the people to cause the people to be separated. So Satan, when we was worshiping, serving the Creator, the Christians or Christian mindset came in, those who pushed Christianity on our people, they had to give us an enemy to offset our minds so that we would be somewhere else, not seeing their hand in the whole picture. So that enemy that they gave us was named Hasatan. They gave us that name and made him an enemy. But Hasatan was really a servant of the Most High. And we see that here, and it's being explained. They tried to divide and separate us, so they got a fictitious enemy, called him Satan, and presented him to us as if he was evil and wicked and all these other bad things. Satan is more obedient to the Creator than we are. Here we have it, and some of you may disagree with me. It's okay. Just prove me wrong. Follow through the scriptures, find it, present it, and show me where I'm wrong. Satan was created to be an adversary to mankind. The Creator created Satan to do just that. And that's what he's doing. He was doing it then. He's doing it now. So when you see where the anger of the Most High was kindled against Yisrael or against Dawid, it's only that the Most High said, I'm going to get my servant, Satan, Hasatan, to do his job against Israel. And that's what he did. And let's read on. Let's see what it says. If there's any questions, you bring them up, and we'll address those issues. Some of you, it may be hard for you to accept what it is that I'm saying. And a lot of times when it's hard to accept these teachings, it's because it might not be meant for you. Your mind might not be ready to travel in that location because you still trapped in Christianity and Christianity ideology. A lot of you really think that Jesus is the King of Israel. And a lot of that is because your mindset is still trapped in Christian ideology. I'm here to free your mind. I'm here to break your mind out of prison. But you have to allow it to be done. I can't take you anywhere if you don't allow me to do what the Most High has for me to do for you, your life. So let me teach you, let me explain to you, and then you go jot down what I'm saying, go do the research and prove me wrong. And when you prove me wrong, you can always go back to the internet and type the correct answer to teach me. And I would greatly appreciate that. So let's travel, family. Again, the anger of the Most High was kindled against Yisrael, and he excited Dawid against them, saying, number Yisrael and Judah. So now what is this really saying? It's really saying that the Most High was upset with the children of Israel. And because of how we were practicing idolatry, how we wasn't helping our fellow brothers, how we wasn't providing for the needs of the high priest by paying our tithes and giving our offerings, how we wasn't looking out for the poor, the fatherless, and the widows, how we were only really worried about ourselves and our own self, and pretty much like this society teaches us today. So if you want to bring the wrath of the Most High upon your life, keep doing what society today has taught you to do. What I'm trying to bring to you is a better way of life, a new way of life, something that you hadn't been thinking about and doing probably your entire life. Most children learn this type of behavior, but then something happens to you when you become a young adult, and then when you become an adult, and then you become an elder. Usually during that process, you stop sharing, you stop helping, you stop caring for the welfare and the benefit of others. But in your youth, when you was a child, you did it. Now that we're grown, we don't do it. For the majority of us, we don't do it. But the Most High is saying that's the way that it's supposed to be. That's the way that I want for it to be. So therefore, the Most High is growing angry with us. We're growing weary with us. When the last time you sent some money to the temple to support anything that the temple is doing? When the last time you dedicated your time to the temple? When the last time you did anything to uplift somebody else in this nation other than yourself? That's what the Most High is saying. Israel was practicing idolatry during the time of Dawid. He didn't like it. The Creator didn't like it. So what the Most High had to do was bring the people back to him. So his anger was kindled against the people, and he excited Dawid. He instigated Dawid to go out and to number the people, and he used Satan to do it. Satan is the opposer of mankind. What does Satan do? Satan creeps into your spirit and says, you know what? I want to eat some sugar. But you just 2 weeks ago told yourself you're going on a sugar fast, that I'm not going to eat any sugar. Satan comes into your spirit and say, I want to eat some sugar. He tests you. He opposes you. Dawid knew that we had no business numbering the children of Israel, but the Creator had a plan, and the Most High wanted to bring down his wrath on Israel. So therefore, he had Dawid number the children of Israel against what Dawid knew he wasn't supposed to do. Joab caught on, and Joab going to try to pull Dawid's coat and say, hey, you know we're not supposed to do that. Joab is going to try to pull his coat. But Dawid was a king. And let's see what happens. You're absolutely right, Ankatir. You're absolutely right. This is what she says. Sounds like men and demons alike are subjected to adversarial entities. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Verse 2. So the king said to Joab, the commander of his army, who was with him, he said, go through all the tribes of Yisrael from Dan to Beersheba and number the people, that I may know the number of the people. But Joab said to the king, may the Most High your Elohim add to the people 100 times as many as they are, while the eyes of my lord the king still see it. But why does my lord the king delight in this thing? He didn't get disrespectful. He didn't say, King Dawid, I'm not doing it because the Creator said not to do it. Not one time did he do that. But you'll have people who will stand before leadership and tell leadership what they ain't going to do. Get an attitude with leadership when leadership is only fighting and trying to teach you the laws of the Most High. Joab, in the sickness of his mind, he wouldn't say this to Dawid because he understood Dawid was still king. And at this time, the king could take your life. Now, ain't nobody taking nobody's life, so what do you got to fear? Joab said to the king, may the Most High, your Elohim, add to the people 100 times as many as they are, while the eyes of my lord the king still see it. But why does the king, my lord, delight in this thing? But the king's words prevailed, Joab and the commanders of the army. So Joab and the commanders of the army went out from the presence of the king to number the people of Yisrael. They knew that it was a sin to number the children of Israel in its entirety. They knew it was a sin. They crossed the Jordan and began from Aurora and from the city that is in the middle of the valley toward Gad and on to Yazer, that they came to Gilead and to Kadesh in the land of the Hittites. And they came to Dan, and from Dan they went around to Sidon and came to the fortress of Tyre. Tyre and Sidon, you all know what Tyre and Sidon, how that plays in history. Remember, the king of Tyre came and helped build the temple with King Solomon. He donated, or I don't know if he donated or was paid for, but he donated a lot of goods to the temple, the timber, the wood. He was the king of Tyre. And if anybody know his name, post his name in the room. See how sharp you are with your knowledge. Who was the king of Tyre who donated timber to King Solomon to have him build the temple? I'll give you a hint. This same man's name is mentioned. He's mentioned in the mysticism of the Masons and the Masonic order. Somebody tell me what this man's name was. And to all the cities of the Hittites and the Canaanites, and they went out to the Negev of Judah at Beersheba. So when they had gone through all the land, they came to Yerushalayim at the end of the 9th month and 20 days. It took them 9 months and 20 days, almost 10 months, to number the children of Israel. We got some questions. Let me address the questions. Curious, why did the Most High say it was a sin to count the children of Yisrael? I don't know. I honestly don't know why, and I don't remember why the Most High said it was a sin to number the children of Israel. I just know that he said for us not to do it. She said, who was the Masons? And what did they got to do with Israel? The Masons spiritually has nothing to do with the children of Israel. But physically and mentally, they brought a lot of information. They allowed, the Creator through them allowed a lot of the information of us to be kept on record and kept alive. The Masonic order are responsible for a lot of the things that we have today by way of history that we have. And a lot of people don't know that, but they are. They little secret organization that they have brought all these things through, like the Bible. And now today we can look at it and we see that we have a version of the Bible that's been left on record for us to look at and understand who we are as a people. Masonry has been a secret order for a very, 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 very long time. Think about this for a second. This here amazed me when I heard of this, when I thought about this. The Black Panthers. Think about it, family. This may be your first time hearing this. I don't know. But the Black Panthers was formulated to fight against the Ku Klux Klan. Y'all remember that? The Black Panthers was brought about because of all the things that the Ku Klux Klan was doing to our people. Destroying our people, killing our people, poisoning our people, whipping our people, abusing our people, burning down the houses of our people, cutting off the heads of our people, hanging our people. The Ku Klux Klan was doing some devastating things against our people. The Black Panther Party came into existence to help us make it through that tragedy and to help to fight against the oppression of the Ku Klux Klan and to also help for equality or separation, actually, from the hands of the white oppressors or the European oppressors. Now, Fred Hampton, who was the chairman of the Ku Klux Klan, and I believe it was in Chicago, was put to death. The United States government made an all-out war against the Black Panther Party to destroy them and to annihilate them and to remove them from their position. And they were very, very successful. Matter of fact, my father-in-law, who was a part of that, suffered at the hand of J. Edgar Hoover. Those people who put it in place to destroy our people. And Nixon brought it down and all the people after that. The Black Panther Party was put in place to fight against the oppression of the Ku Klux Klan, which meant that they were doing some things that was positive. They had after-school programs, they had food programs, they had meetings where they teach people how to pay their bills and conduct things, and they was doing it all for free. They wasn't charging our people anything. They was doing everything that they was doing for free. When a European man saw this, they rose up to destroy it. And they were very successful at destroying it. But the Ku Klux Klan, who was actually killing people, murdering people, raping people, castrating, beheading, burning up houses, and doing all sorts of evil to our people, still exists to today. Matter of fact, they've gotten more powerful today than they ever were. Now they're in law enforcement, they're in the judicial system, they're in the Law and Bar Association, they're in the doctors, they're all over the place because they have been funded while the positive movement has been kicked out and destroyed and beaten down. That shows you how these people work on our behalf. Anytime Black people get together, people of color get together to do positive and greatness, and someone rises up to bring about greatness for our people, the oppressors are intimidated and they wage war against those individuals. You don't believe me? Any Black man that you still got today, any man of color that you still have alive today, that's been prospering since the 30s, and he's still getting it, he's an agent and he worked for them. But he'll make it look as if he isn't. There is no way. Fidel Castro, dead. Patrice Lumumba, dead. What's the other brother's name? There's a whole lot of them. What's the other brother's name from over in Africa that raised up to do powerful things? Saddam Hussein, dead. And all these people that I'm mentioning, Nelson Mandela, dead. He was dead before they even brought him back in out of jail. He was already dead. Nelson Mandela, Winnie Mandela, all of these people who raise up to do great things for our people. Is another one. His name is he just recently died about 2015. Stephen Biko. I don't know who Stephen Biko. I'm not sure who he is, but because you have that knowledge, I'll accept that. There's another one. This one you all are familiar with, I'm sure, and I can't think of his name. And this man had free health care for all people in his land. You wanted to go to college, he'll send you to college for free in other countries. You just had to come back to their country to enrich it. What was his name? I can't remember his name. I'm surprised because that was my man. Gaddafi, that's what it is. Gaddafi. Umar Gaddafi. That's what it was. He was one of the greatest living legacies that we had in this lifetime, who was of our people, who was for our people, that the moment that they rose to greatness and did great things for our people, they killed them. And I'm going to tell you another one who was a powerful man who had a lot to do with the development of our people, that a lot of people don't understand. Don't understand how powerful he was, but the Jamaicans do. His name was Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie was a powerful black man, wealthy black man, and he was for the liberation of our people. Where do you think Bob Marley got the songs and the things that he writing about, that he sang about, and why they waged war to kill Bob Marley? It was a different type of war because people were standing up for black people. Everywhere you get people standing up for black people, the oppressor is intimidated and destroys them. Patrice Lumumba, he was one of the first ones I mentioned. I thought he was, but I might have forgotten. I thought he was one of the first ones. But yes, everyone, over and over and over and over again. And it happens so much that now anytime we got a black man in our midst and he doing something for the people, we now come up against him and we now try to destroy him. The oppressor doesn't have to do it. We will do it for ourselves. We give him a bad name. We try to destroy his character, his traits, anybody that's walking with him. We try to give him a bad name so people will want to stay away from him. Nobody will want to support him. And we do it now. The oppressor, he can just pretty much walk away now because he's programmed us to teach us to be against our own people. And that's what happens. But the amazing thing was that the Black Panther Party was destroyed and the Ku Klux Klan was glorified. And they prosper in the earth even till today. And that's not to think or to say that all Europeans are racist, that all Europeans are bad. I'm not saying that. You won't ever hear that from me. For I know a lot of Europeans that's all right with me, my brother, all right with me, better than me than a lot of our own people. A lot of our own people. You understand? I got to put that on the record because it's a fact. But I do understand the difference, that there's a lot of them who are against us, but there's a lot of us who are against us now. So we're getting hit twice. We're getting held back twice. And what we need to do is learn to come together as a people, work together and support ourselves to uplift ourselves. This is a whole nother lesson. And we're going to have that lesson on a whole nother day. But I'm telling you, I am all open for it, the liberation of our people. I'm all open for it. When the brother got on here today, he started talking about he was helping young children learn how to grow up and be self-sufficient. He was talking about my game. That's how I live. And he taught my language. He spoke my language, and I felt him to my soul because that's what I teach. Our people don't need to be working for somebody else. We need to be working for self. And if you ain't working for yourself, then work for a person of color to help our people get up. One of the first principles in the Jewish neighborhood, in the Jewish communities, in Israeli communities, one of the first things they do is teach their children from the youth the value of helping themselves, which means helping people that look like them, talk like them, act like them, worship like them, basically other Jewish people. We don't do that to our people. Therefore, we are going to be a dying breed. Our culture will be dying. We physically may be here forever, but the spirit that we once possessed has been taken away from us. And it will continue to be taken away as long as people don't get up and start talking about the things that I'm talking about right now. You know the kind of joy I get when I see another Israel out on the street that I don't know? That I don't care what our differences are. You're in the knowledge of who you are as a child of the Most High. That's the beginning process. And I embrace and I salute you, my brother, my sister. Then we get into the idolatry part at a later time. But right now, let's acknowledge the fact that we're here, worshiping this King and doing the best we can with what we got to work with. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Rata Safari by name. You're right, Ima. I should have said it that way. You're right. Some of our people still have reservations about the purpose of the Black Panthers' activities, actions because of widespread negative media coverage and opinion. And that's true. But what they're saying is irrelevant. And why I'm saying it's irrelevant? Because if we as a people stood up, helped and supported each other, spent our monies with it. I just got finished talking earlier how we got a whole Hebrew school for young children. You ain't even got to come and live in Sparta, Georgia. All you got to do is log in online and support your people. We got 31 children now, 31. But yet we got thousands of children in the nation of Israel that are in need of education. Thousands. Well, how come we only got 31 children? It is because our people don't support our people. Our people have no desire to support our people. And that's evil. That's wickedness. That's reverse thinking. And that's not the way that it should be. Ishi, you got your camera on, Ishi. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So let's get back to the scriptures. See, a lot of people don't want to hear that talk because it brings back a reality, a sad reality to the forefronts of your mind. A lot of people don't want to hear that. But we're lacking and we're only hurting ourselves. But the Jewish people, all those other nations of people, they help themselves before they help anybody else. The black wealth circulates in the black community 0.6 times. It circulates in the European community 50 times before it passes out of the community. Let's read on. So when they had gotten through all the land, they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days of counting all the people. And Joab gave the sum of the numbering of the king of the people to the king. In Israel, there was 800,000 valiant men who drew the sword, and the men of Judah was 500,000. That's deep. That was a lot of people. 800,000 of Israel who drew the sword. That was just those who was able to go to war. And out of that, 500,000 was of the tribe of Judah. That's deep. But David's mind struck him after he had numbered the people of Yisrael. And David said to the Most High, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. David never had a problem admitting his sin that he committed before the Most High. At the time, the king wasn't trying to hear what his soldiers was telling him. King, this is a sin. Don't do this. This is going to cause the wrath of the Most High. It was because the Most High had hardened David's mind. He had allowed adversary to persuade David to do what David knew was a sin. He said, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. But now, O Most High, Yotzer Elohim, our Creator, Ha Elohim, please take away the iniquity of your servant, for I have done very foolishly. And when David arose in the morning, the word of the Most High came to the prophet Gad. Now, who was the other prophet that David had? His name was Nathan. We're going to read about him in a few minutes. right now the prophet Gad, David's seer, which is another word for prophet, saying, go and say to Dawid, thus saith the Most High, 3 things I offer you. Wait a minute. The Most High excited this, didn't he? Yes, the Most High excited Satan to go and convince Dawid, but Dawid didn't have to fall for it, but he did. He fell for it. He said, 3 things I offer you. Choose one of them, that I may do it to you. Now, this is a man speaking on the behalf of the whole nation of Israel. Why? Because he was our king. When have a man ever spoken on the behalf of the whole nation of Israel because he was our king? When has that ever happened in this nation? That we can say today that one person speaks on our behalf. Dawid did. And this is what happened. So Gad came to Dawid and told him and said to him, shall 3 years of famine come to you in your land? Well, 3 years of famine means that it's being done by the hand of the Most High. Nobody will be able to eat, or nobody will have any water for the food, or the food will be access, which means that, the water will be in access, which means that the foods can't grow because it's flooded out. A famine doesn't only mean that there's no food growing. A famine could also mean that there's an overabundance of water in the land to prevent the food from growing. Therefore, the food that grew has rotted and is not able to be eaten. Shall there be a famine, 3 years famine come to you in the land? Or will you flee 3 months before the foes while they pursue you? Will you run for 3 years before your enemies while they chase after you? What are they chasing you for, Dawid? To take your life. Dawid know that if you give the power into the hands of a man to take a man's life, that man will overdo the authority that's been placed in his hands. That's just the way it goes for most of the time. He says, or shall 3 days pestilence in your land? Now consider, think about it. Pestilence is also at the hand of the Most High. Now consider and decide what answer I shall return to him who sent me. Then Dawid said to Gad, I am in great distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Most High, for his mercy is great. The Most High's mercy is great. The Most High will set forward to bring upon you a punishment. You'll bow down on your knees and ask the Most High forgiveness, and he'll lift that burden up off of you most of the time. If you do it in sincerity and you enter into the proper covenant with him. But man, once man is given authority over your life, man will not stop until he destroys your life. And they go after your children, destroy your life, the children's lives, and then go after your grandchildren to destroy their lives, to wipe you completely out from existence, because man is sick in his mind. Man doesn't know what mercy looks like. Man can't stop once man get power and authority in his hands. You don't believe me? Ask Bill Gates. He'll make it clear to you. Ask Bill Gates. Then Dawid said to Gad, I am in great distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Most High, for he will have great mercy. But let me not, I repeat, let me not fall in the hand of man. So the Most High sent a pestilence in Israel from the morning until the appointed time. That pestilence was in the land till the Most High said, enough is enough. That pestilence came through, and pestilence is a form of disease. All right? The word is deber. Now, when I read deber, it made me think about the word debar. And debar means the thing. Pestilence is the thing. The Creator put the thing on the people of Israel. And that thing really had no name. It was a pestilence. That thing ran through the nation and started killing people. From morning until the appointed time. And there died of the people from Dan to Beersheba 70,000 souls. 70,000. And when the angel struck out his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, the Most High relented from the calamity and said to the angel who was working destruction among the people, it is enough. Now, you know what I'm going to talk about right now? I teach this all the time, but yet people argue and debate with me. Angels and demons are the same. It depends on what side of the spectrum the angel or the demon is on. When the angel works in your favor, you call him an angel. But when the angel works opposed to you, you call him a demon. What am I saying? I'm saying Christianity don't have any answer for this chapter here. There died of the people. So now angel of the Most High went through an angel of the Most High and struck down the children of Israel. He put the thing on them, and they call it pestilence. He put the thing on them. An angel of the Most High went and struck the people down. He was killing them. The Most High said, is there a death in the city that I have not caused? Every death in the city is caused by the Almighty. Here we have a perfect example where that angel went through the city and was cutting the people down until the Most High. He went toward Jerusalem, and the Most High said, it is enough. Now stay your hand. And guess what? That angel of the Most High did as the Most High commanded. Even the angels don't have free will to go against the Creator. How in the world could the Most High have an enemy? Satan didn't bring about this destruction. The angel of the Most High did it, and it didn't call his name Satan. We are very, very prone to give Satan credit for things that the Christian church has taught us is evil. But in reality, all things, good and bad, comes from the Creator. That's what I need you to understand. All things come from him who reigneth on high, the Creator of all creation. He commanded his angel to go strike the people down and put the thing on the people. And that's exactly what the angel did until the Most High commanded him to stop. It is enough. Now stay your hand. And the angel of the Most High was by the threshing floor of Araunah, the Jebusite. Do anybody know what a Jebusite is? Jebus is the ancient name for Jerusalem. Before the children of Israel came into the Jebusites' land, it was called Jebus. Yes. Then David spoke to the Most High when he saw the angel who was striking the people. Hey, ho, ho, ho. It wasn't a bug. It wasn't a critter. It was an actual angel who was striking down people. He put the thing. He put the thing on them. Dabar. He put the thing on them. And the angel was striking down the people. And guess what? David saw the angel with his eyes. Then David spoke to the Most High when he saw the angel who was striking the people and said, behold, I have sinned. I have done wickedly. Now remember, this same David once said that this man came out to curse David and spit on David and kick David, and David's men wanted to kill him. And this same David stood up and said, well, wait a minute, don't harm him. It just may be that the Most High has told him to go do this thing. Y'all follow me? The same David that understood that the Most High moves man to do certain things had just lost focus and understood that the Most High caused him to do what he did. But he didn't lose focus. Dawid is a humble man. Dawid understood what took place with him, but yet Dawid was merciful and asked the Most High to have forgiveness on him for what he did. Dawid spoke to the Most High when he saw the angel who was striking the people and said, "Behold, I have sinned." He didn't say to the Creator, "You caused me to sin," or "Creator, I did this because of such and such," as most modern men do today. Dawid owned up to his sin and the role that he played in all of this. He didn't throw it back to the Most High and say, "Satan enticed me." He didn't do none of those things. He embraced, he admitted, he confessed. How many of you are willing to do that today? Not many. Most of you will know in your soul that you have sinned against the Creator. You've sinned against your brother. You've sinned against your sister. But you will not confess and you will not admit it. You will go to your grave with that sin upon you, because that sin actually eats your soul and make you go to a faster grave. So if you ever feel sick and you ever feel like the Most High might be punishing you, the first thing you can do is begin to confess your sins and how you've sinned against others, the things that you know you've done. I mean, whenever calamity comes upon your life, that's one of the ways that you address that calamity. And also ask the Most High to forgive you for your secret sin that you know not of, because we all have secret sin that we know not of, and how we violated someone else, how we disrespected somebody else, how we held back the blessings from giving it to somebody else who were really in need of it. So all these things we always have to keep in mind if we want to be right before the Creator. And whenever we feel the wrath of the Most High might be upon our lives, it's good for us to look inwardly and confess our sins before the Creator to get an outward appearance of a blessing. He says, "I have sinned and I have done wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? Please let your hand be against me and against my father's house." That's why the Most High chose Dawid. For any leader of the people has to be willing to die for the people. Dawid was willing to take on the sin. He saw that angel, 6'5", 7 foot tall, 300 pounds, coming down with a sword in his hand, knocking people off. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of the angel, but he loved his people more than he feared death. So he goes to the Most High. He says to the Most High, "The people are innocent, Creator. I did this." But because Dawid was walking in his righteousness before the Creator, and Dawid was the leader of the people, the Most High couldn't punish him, because he was walking in righteousness and he was their leader, which meant that his spirit covered the masses of the people. And because his spirit was in one accord with the Most High did not punish the people as a people as long as Dawid was their king, except by way of Dawid. That's what he did. "But these sheep, what have they done? Please let your hand be against me and my father's house." And Gad came that day to Dawid and said to him, "Go up, raise an altar to the Most High on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite." What was happening where Araunah lived? That was where the angel stopped killing people, right there at the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. And I think somewhere else he's called the Gibbite. I know Araunah has another name though, Iona, something like that. So Dawid went up to Gad's word as the Most High commanded. And when Araunah looked down, he saw the king and his servant coming on toward. Now y'all gotta pay attention to this. This is deep. When Araunah looked down, he saw the king and the king's servant coming toward his house, toward his land, toward his region, because it was a whole procession of them. And he recognized the king. He knew who the king was. And probably, more than likely, he was dressed a certain way and had men in his surroundings around him. Araunah went down and paid homage to the king with his face to the ground. Now, how many of you greet men like that? He went down and bowed down to the ground in recognition of the king, to show the king honor and respect. When a day comes that you got a man or a woman that bow down to give you that type of respect, look lowly upon yourself and say to yourself, I got a lot more work to do. Because that will reflect the humility within you. You don't see a person bowing down to the ground to meet you and you say, yeah, you better have. That's not the way it goes. You have to earn the right to have people bow down to your feet. King Dawid earned that right. And people noticed that. They recognized that. And when he came into their presence, they bowed down low to the ground in acknowledgement to who he was, the anointed of the Most High. People always try to stand on equal grounds with men because we're men. They try to stand on equal grounds, but the Most High has some men who far excel that of other men. And more men need to bow down to those type of men and follow their steps and follow their lead so that they can lead them to the graces of the Most High King. Because we got so much ego and arrogance in our behavior, it's very difficult for us to do that. But believe me, when scriptures tell you to do that, scripture says, mark the perfect man. Scripture says in the last days, they will come to you and take hold of your hem of your skirt and say, lead me to your creator. That's what this is saying. You find that one that is worthy of that, and you humble yourself before him or her. If you're a woman, then you find that woman or a man. And if you're a man, you better find that man that you can humble yourself before and walk with. And when Araunah looked down, he saw the king and his servants coming on toward him. And Araunah went out and paid homage to the king with his face to the ground. And Araunah said, why has my lord the king come to his servant? Dawid said, to buy the threshing floor from you in order to build an altar to the Most High. Now Dawid came with money in hand and said, Araunah, here go 50 shekels of gold so I can buy this portion of land so I can build an altar to the Most High. 50 shekels of gold was like $500,000 in today's time. Someone would love that. But what did Araunah say? Araunah said, no, you don't have to give me a dime. I got a sister in the audience, beautiful sister, and thank you, my sister. One day we go to this sister and we say, sis, we need you to print some t-shirts for us at the school. We'll pay you for your time. That sister said, no, Prince, your money ain't no good here. I don't want your money. And she print all these t-shirts for us. T-shirts for us to sell, to make money, to bring back to the school. She printed for free. And guess what she said? If you got any more in the future, I'll print them too. Beautiful soul. How could I ever say no? You know what I mean? Those type of people, they recognize the spirit and the essence as to what you're about, and they offer their assistance. I got one brother, we got people who donate, but this one brother, I'm not going to tell you his name because he probably wouldn't want me to mention his name, but this brother donates every week, multiple times a week. And every once in a while, I'm sending him a thank you letter asking, what can I do for you? The brother says nothing. Just keep me in your prayers. Just keep it moving, Prince. And that's all I can do. That's all I'll do. But he don't know how his donations has helped the children in our school to be able to go to school, to receive a good education. He don't know there's been times when we had to pay the staff. There was no money there. I had to go to that PayPal account, download the money off the PayPal that he put in there over the month and pay the staff with. That brother's a blessing. He's truly been a blessing to the Creator. It's certain people who recognize certain type of appreciation they have for their leadership. And they acknowledge it and they pay it in their own way. That brother is one and that sister is one. A lot of you do the same thing. Well, we're grateful for that. But these two that I pointed out applies to these scriptures. They go over and above what they have to do, and do what they felt led to do. And we greatly appreciate it. We greatly appreciate it. And Aruna went down and paid homage to the king. He paid homage to the king. He paid homage to the king with his face to the ground. And Aruna said, why has my lord the king come to his servant? Dawid said, to buy the threshing floor for you in order to build an altar to the Most High, that the plague may be averted from the people. Then Aruna said to Dawid, Aruna had that proper spirit, that honorable spirit, that respectful spirit. Ain't a lot of people walking around with that type of energy, that type of spirit. He said, let my lord the king take and offer up what seems good to him. Here are oxen, here are burnt offering, and the threshing floor sledges, and the yokes of the oxen for wood. All this, O king, Aruna gives to the king. Aruna gave all these things to the king to offer to the Most High. He didn't question who Dawid served. He didn't have to agree with everything that Dawid said. He knew Dawid had sinned in his past days. He knew Dawid committed abomination against the Most High when he committed adultery with Bathsheba. He understood all that, but none of that prevented him from supporting when Dawid said, we're doing something for the Most High. We're not dealing with regular man's spirit of today. We're dealing with the ancient spirit. And only the people that possess an ancient spirit are going to be able to put forth energy and positive things in the movements of those who move with an ancient spirit. Those people will have the mind of today. Well, oh man, I ain't messing with Prince. Prince is like this. 30 years ago, Prince did that. And I heard that Prince did this 10, 15, 20. He did. I'm not supporting. And guess what? I want you to know that even though you don't support, the Most High support. And one monkey don't stop the show. Hear that? Because you say in your mind willingly, oh, no, I'm not going to help that brother. I'm not going to support this brother. It don't matter. What you don't realize is that you're probably bringing a curse upon yourself by saying you won't help the servants of the Most High. You hold your hand back from supporting people that you know are doing a better job in life to serve the people than you. If you want a blessing, family, and I want you to listen closely, one of the quickest ways to get something that you desire in your life is to do something for the people of the Most High. That's one of the quickest ways to get a blessing in your life. Do something for the people of the Almighty. Now, I say that to all people. Black, white, Puerto Rican, green, brown, purple, yellow, contaminated, uncontaminated, whatever you are. If you want a blessing from the Most High, one of the quickest ways to get a blessing from the Creator is to do some things for his people. If you want a curse from the Most High, one of the quickest ways to get a curse from the Most High is the opposite effect. Don't do anything for the people of the Most High. And one day you'll wake up, your body will be riddled with sores and pains and suffering. Your pockets will be broke. You would have put forth great effort to make things happen, but you will be suffering because the Most High has a way of cursing you to your face for not doing righteously with his anointed. So that's between you and the Most High. You can always say, Prince told you, but you didn't listen. May the Most High, your Elohim, our Elohim, accept you. But the king said to Aruna, no, but I will buy it from you for a price. The king said, I appreciate your offering, but guess what? I'm going to pay my money for this. Why? This is the second occurrence that I know of through scriptures where somebody tried to offer a man of the Most High some land for free. And that man said, no, I'm going to pay for what I got. Because Dawid wanted to lift Aruna's spirit up off of it and put his own spirit on it. by paying for it with his money. Abraham, our father Abraham, brought a grave site for his wife Sarah, and the people of the land wanted to, I believe it was the Hittites, they wanted to give him that land as an offering because they said, "You're a great prince in our midst." Our father Abraham says, "No, but I will pay for it." They said, "No, no, no, take it. It's yours." He said, "No." And he shifted out the money and gave them the money because he wanted his spirit to be the dominant spirit over that land. Therefore, he had to pay for it. If somebody gave it to him, their spirit still governs it. Never let nobody give you nothing for nothing. Exchange the favor. Give them something in return for what they do for you, so that your spirit, being a righteous or more righteous spirit, will have dominance over that possession. These are spiritual matters that a lot of people that's trapped in the physical are not ready to receive. But if what the words that I'm saying to you saturating your spirit, then you're ready, and let it go. Receive it. Somebody, you go to work one day and somebody got something on the job, they just want to get you a gift. Give them $1, give them 50 cents, even if you give them a penny for it. But you must give them something for it. Because if you don't, that could also be a way that people use to curse you. They could put a curse on this item and give it to you as a gift, and you just inherited a cursed thing. And this is real. It's in the scriptures. So therefore, what you do is you give them something for what they're giving you, and your spirit becomes the dominant spirit over that item. But that's spiritual matters for spiritual people. And I pray that you all have the time to learn the things to bring about protections and blessings in your life. King Dawid says no. Now, Aruna is a Jebusite. The Jebusites was the people that we supposed to kill off from the land. Not to say that Aruna was an evil or wicked man, but he was a Jebusite. He was cursed from birth. You follow what I'm saying? We didn't want that spirit dominating and governing over anything that we had to the Most High. It's important and it's imperative that you pay for anything, especially what you're dedicating to the Most High. Let it be of your kesef, of your money. Just like this service right here, we have in this service, we dedicate this to the Most High. How many of you offer up donations, pay your part to see it through? And we put the link down there so that after Shabbat, you can go there and donate. But how many of you actually do it? It's a great lesson for you to learn today. So Dawid brought the threshing floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. And Dawid built there an altar to the Most High and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. So the Most High responded to the plea for the land, and the plague was averted from Yisrael. So Dawid, in his humility, actually obeyed the prophet Gad and pleased the Creator in his offering. The Most High said, enough is enough. Dawid said, Most High, thank you. And the way that he thanked the Most High was to build an altar to the Most High where people can now go and worship unto the Creator. It's like building a house of worship in a land that you ain't even going to visit. Any questions pertaining to that chapter that we just read? Are there any chapters pertaining to the chapter? Any questions pertaining to what we just read? Yes, Isha.
Quick question. So the Most High allowed for King Dawid to do those things because.
Wait a minute. Who is that in the background talking? Who is his parents? Don't that boy know he's supposed to be quiet when people are talking about the Most High?
Say shalom.
Check it. Now your question is?
You said the reason why the Most High allowed all this to happen is because we were committing idolatry in the chapter beforehand.
All type of evils.
Okay, because we didn't read about it, so I was just wondering what happened.
Yeah, it says that the Most High anger was kindled against the children of Israel. So he calls Dawid to come up to get them. You see, he shut up though, right? All right there. That boy know he get that mocker. I'll come there quick, jack him up. But he listens at his young age. He's a good boy. All right. So that's the answer to that question. And that's how it went. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Are there any other questions or comments pertaining to this chapter that we just read? All right. No questions, no comments. We're going to move forward. Now we're getting ready to get to Jesus, King of Yisrael. Be ready to cover that part now, y'all. Jesus. Be ready.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it still okay to ask a question right now?
Yes.
Shh. The part, since we're going.
Oh, wait. Bang. Check it. Ask your question, please.
Since we're talking about JC and some of I don't know, just JC and stuff. That story in the New Testament about angels following Satan out of heaven or something like that. Could you explain that story? I think we've talked about this before, but it's hard. Did that story? I don't think it's a part of the OT at all, because you know how we see that things in the OT, things in the New Testament, they tend to grab from the Old Testament and they just kind of redo, you know. So could you talk about that and see and just where that story might have come from?
I don't know nothing about that story. I don't know nothing. I can't talk about that story. I don't know nothing about it. I know in the book of Revelations, they talk about the dragon, they call the serpent, was kicked out of heaven and took 2/3 of the angels with him. That's all I know. That's what they say. That's not supported through Torah.
Okay, I guess that was my ultimate question. Like, is that any relevance in Torah at all, or is that just a New Testament thing?
Just New Testament stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. I just got finished telling you today how Satan is still up there in the heavens with the Most High. And the Most High is telling him what to do, and he goes down and he tempts Dawid. I didn't say it. Scriptures tell you. So don't believe anything the Christians try to get across to your mind, because the Christians seek to invade and infiltrate to separate you from your power by giving you another power in its place. All right. Do we have any volunteer readers? We're going to read 1 Kings chapter 1. Open your books, please, to 1 Kings chapter 1. Do we have any volunteers? We're about to embark on a wonderful lesson. A very, 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 very powerful lesson. We just finished the book of Samuel. 2 Samuel, we just finished it. We started way back in Samuel, the beginning of Samuel. We just finished 2 Samuel. Now we're moving on to the Kings. Now, in the readings of the book of the Kings, there's some things that's going to come up, that's going to be mentioned. And I need you to have your pens, your papers, your notepads, your recording devices, so you can take these notes. Ask your questions at the end of the class, or present your answers at the end of the class, so we can have these discussions. All right. Now, King Dawid was old and advanced in years. He was old. If what people say is correct, around this time that we're getting into, that we're reading about, King Solomon was anywhere between the age of 15 to 22. Anywhere in between that age is where all this history that we're about to read about has taken place. He's a young man. But a man that's 15 to 22 is equivalent to today's man about 30 to 40 years old. For men of yesterday was far more advanced than men of today. And same thing with women. Women of yesterday was far more advanced than the women of today. This is a fact. There was more duties and responsibilities put on these individuals to raise them up. And that's my intentions on raising my son. Put duties and responsibilities of adulthood, things he should know in his adulthood, he's going to learn in his youth, so that he grows at a rapid pace and he's ready for the challenges that life brings to him. May the Most High be praised. Now, King Dawid was old and stricken in years, and although they covered him with clothes, he could not get warm. They knew he was about to pass away from this life. They knew he was weak, he was feeble, he was sickly, he was cold. His body, no matter what they do with him, he couldn't get no heat. So watch what they do to resolve this. Therefore his servant said to him, let a young woman be sought, a Betula, a virgin, a young virgin woman. Man, a young virgin woman bring a man joy like nothing else if it's done right. A young virgin woman can bring a man heat to his body when his body is sick. No, y'all don't think I'm being racist or sexist or male chauvinistic or anything, or discriminating against women that ain't virgins no more. I'm not saying all that. All I'm saying is that according to the scriptures, when Dawid was sick and he couldn't get no energy and he was the king, they said one of the best things we can do, now this is what they said, is go get him a young virgin woman. Now don't go say Prince said all that stuff. Prince just repeating what the scriptures say. And I happen to agree. A young, I don't know what that word means, egoism. Hey, you got to show me what that means, sis. Go find a definition of that word for me and then bring it to me, because it might be something useful. I need it. I don't know what that word is. Please post that definition, please. Although they could not cover him with clothes, he could not get warm. And therefore his servant says to him, let a young woman be sought for thee for my lord the king, and let her wait on the king and be in the king's service. Oh, ageism. Very good. Thank you. You're correct. Let a beautiful young virgin woman be sought out for the king. And guess what? That young, beautiful virgin woman was to be his wife. He took this young, beautiful virgin woman on his deathbed to be his wife. She became his property. So now he was doing whatever he could do with this young woman to rekindle and build back that energy and strength within him. Now, I don't know if all you can relate to this, but I want some of you to think about this. How many of you men or women have been sick, laid in a bed sick, and your spouse come in there and do some old sexy stuff to you, and all of a sudden, temporarily, your sickness was moved to the back, and you got the energy to perform the acts that you normally perform. You might not have performed them as well as you would if you wasn't sick, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get this power, this energy, this strength to do things, but you couldn't move in the bed a little while ago. You couldn't hardly breathe. But now all of a sudden, when your partner come in and start getting sexually with you, that energy, this is a fact. This is a truth. It's something about human touch that it can even divert sicknesses from the body. You could be lying on your deathbed and somebody come and do some things to you, with you, and for you, and it will get that stimulation will arouse you, and you will be strong all over again. It releases certain type of pheromones in your body, and it causes some type of energy to come about within you, and that sickness is diverted while that energy takes over for the amount of time that's needed. And then all of a sudden, when it's all over, a little while later, sometimes you feel better and the sickness goes away. But I would give it about an hour later, but a little while later, the sickness might creep up on you real slow until you get that again. Believe me, this thing is real. So they knew what they was doing with Dawid, but they couldn't just get any old woman. They had to get a beautiful looking woman. And she was just that. She was Yafet Basar. She had a beautiful body, pretty face. She was all that and a bag of chips. Dawid sick in the bed. He saw all that, and automatically she was waiting on him, taking care of him, washing him, bathing him, feeding him, nurturing him, probably teasing him sexually, probably doing a whole lot of things to Dawid, but she prolonged Dawid's life. Believe what I'm saying to you. A beautiful woman being good to a man will prolong the man's life because she gives him new things to look to. It gives you the strength to fight, to get in there and to get stronger in the fight. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, sisters. If your man is getting boring to you, or your man seems like he don't have the energy to want to do things with you, it might be something about you that your husband don't like. It might be something about you that your husband wish you really deal with and approach and change about yourself, but you don't. And after a while, he probably tired of telling you over and over and over. So therefore, his body just shuts down. Go to the gym, sis. If it's like that, go to the gym. Change your diet. Start eating vegan food and lose some weight maybe. Put on those masks at night, the face mask, and beautify your skin. A woman should always be dialed up at all times to be presented to a husband to be the best version of herself at all times. Your husband should never see you with your breath stinking, your underarms funky, your hair all undone. Your husband should never see his wife like that. She should always be a dime piece to him. She don't have to be the most attractive, physically featured girl or female, but she should always be the most attractive, feminine female in the room. Always. He should always look at her and say, girl, you always take good care of yourself. You're so pretty. Look at your skin. Your skin's so smooth. Your hair is silky. She might not even have long hair, but it's taken care of. It's well set. It's well dressed. She look good. She keep herself smelling good. She take those baths where she put frankincense and myrrh in the tub, aloe vera and all those other things for oil for the skin. She takes care of herself. That's how you should be for your husband. I promise you, if you are that kind of woman, or if you ever become that kind of woman, your husband will never have a disappointing time with you ever. I promise you that. He will always be pleased with you because you arouse him. You are sexually drawing him to you. If you're not that kind of woman and you and your husband is making whoopee and it's just all right, then it's just all right. He probably tolerating you. But let me tell you, once you begin to treat yourself like the beautiful princess you are, once you begin to dial yourself up and to bless yourself with some anointing oils, some sweet smelling fragrances and oil baths, and treat your face every night to some aloe vera gel or some cucumber, and face mask, and take the time to do your hair and coconut milk and roses. Yeah, do yourself like that. Once you do that, and he ain't even got to see you do it. Don't think that he got to see you do it. The effects of you doing it will show in you, and he will feel the difference. He will know you're doing it. He ain't even got to see you doing it. So don't think that I'm telling you to go front and stand in front of him and let him see you do all that. He don't have to see it. All he has to do is look at you, and he can see the difference in you. And plus, by you doing all that, you will be creating within yourself a new spirit. That new spirit will resonate with him. And when he couldn't get aroused, he will now be aroused and not even know why he's aroused. All he know is, you looking kind of nice today. He don't even know why. He don't understand it. Yeah, take care of your inner and outer. It's extremely important. Most people forget about the inner, and most people forget about the outer, and most people just exist. They fat, they overweight, their skin don't look good, they got bumps all over their face, look like they're breaking out all the time. And a lot of times it's just because you're not taking care of yourself. You mean well, but you're not taking good care of yourself. So let's just move on. So they went and got Dawid, that beautiful young Basar, beautiful young body of a woman. She was a virgin, and they brought her to Dawid, and all of a sudden Dawid's life was prolonged. He might have got another good month out of that since that woman was there, or a good couple years. Excuse me. He may have even got a couple more years since that woman was there. Therefore, his servant said, let's go get this. Let her lie in his arms, that my lord the king may be warm. She lying in his arms, believe me, he ain't laying there holding her. Believe me, he doing a lot more than just holding her. He's really holding her. Believe me, in his old age, he's still holding her. So they sought for a beautiful, when I say a beautiful Yafeh, a beautiful young woman, a beautiful young woman. And that young woman, they call her a Na'ara, a beautiful young woman throughout all the territory of Yisrael, and found Abishag the Shulamite. I want you to remember that name, Abishag. Abishag the Shulamite. Please remember that name because it's going to be very important in the next couple chapters. Abishag the Shulamite. And they brought her to the king. The young woman, the Na'ara, Ha-Na'ara, was very beautiful. See how they keep emphasizing her beauty? Because as a man, your eyes play a trick on you. Your eyes is the first point of attraction. And if you're an old man, you ready to die, you ain't looking for too many other things. That eye grabs you, stimulates you, and it arouses you. Those pheromones inside your body start to move, and they bring healing to a place that was once dormant and sick. It helps. Abishag the Shulamite, and they brought her to the king. The young woman was beautiful, and she was of service to the king and attended to him, but the king knew her not. What does that mean? The king never had intercourse with her. He was doing a whole lot of stuff, but he never penetrated her. That's what it says. But yet, she was his wife. So what does that show? That shows that a marriage is a lot more than just having physical sexual activity. A marriage is a relationship. It's a partnership. Now remember that name. What was her name? What was her name? Anybody remember her name? What was her name? Her name was Abishag. She was what? A Shunammite. Okay? Remember that name. She was sent to Dawid to comfort him, to warm him, and to help to give him reason to live. She had to be introduced as something new for him to explore. That gave him new purpose in life. That gave him something else to look forward to. And it worked because his days was prolonged for a period of time. Now Adonijah, the son of Haggith, exalted himself. Now I believe Adonijah was the fourth son, I believe he was. And he was the only child of the woman Haggith, Dawid's wife. What wife was she? I'm not sure what wife she was, but she was maybe the fourth wife, saying, I will be king. Now he took it upon himself. Jesus took it upon himself to say, I will be king. He said, I will be king and be prepared. And he prepared for himself a chariot and horsemen and 50 men to run before him. Now, what did he do? he prepared for himself chariots and horsemen. He got people in his circle. He got people on his team. You know, one man can run by himself and proclaim himself to be anything he wants. He's just one man. But when you got 50 and 60 people walking with that one man saying, yeah, this is the man, he is this and he is that, people are more likely to believe you. So therefore, him and Absalom, remember Absalom, when he pronounced himself to be king, how many men did he go get? 50 men. Same thing. They went out and got these men to serve them and to swear their lives to them in loyalty. Because that's the only way you're going to build something. You have to swear your life to that leadership in loyalty. Therefore, you can build. And Adonijah understood that. Absalom understood that. The people of ancient Israel understood that. So therefore, he went and got himself 50 men to run before him, to do his beckoning and whatever he needed. His father had never at any time displeased him by asking, why have you done this and done so? His father didn't know. That's why his father didn't say anything to him. He was also a very handsome man, and he was born next after Absalom. He conferred with Joab. Remember Joab? Joab, the captain of David's army. Remember Joab? Remember when David set him down and made him captain of a few people and put Amasa in his place? Made Amasa, who sided up. Amasa had one time sided up with Absalom to go against David. When David took back the kingdom, David put Amasa in Joab's place. And Joab got mad. And when Joab and Amasa went out together to go fight a battle, Joab killed Amasa. He acted like he was his friend, shook his hand, but on the other hand, he had a spear, a sword, and stabbed him and killed him and left him on the field. David didn't do anything about it, but knew about it. But he didn't do anything about it. Sometimes you have to learn when to fight your battles. Because had David took Joab's life strategically at that time, he didn't. But had he taken his life at that time, a lot of the things that David had to conquer wouldn't have been conquered or accomplished because he had killed the one who was able to do it. King David knew what he was doing. He knew that strategically he could not kill Joab for taking the life of Amasa, and it was another one, Abner's nephew, who ran real fast. Joab killed him too. And Joab killed Abner. Joab was just killing a whole lot of people unrighteously. Abner had made peace with David. Abner used to be on Saul's side. And then when Saul died, Abner went with his son Ishbosheth. And he was Ishbosheth's servant until Ishbosheth accused him of sleeping with his father's wives. Abner got insulted. So Abner went, right, Asahel, that's right. So Abner went to King David and said, well, listen, man, I'll set you up. You be king over both nations. You bring the whole house of Israel together again. I'll bring the people to you because I don't like this man encrusted in my integrity. And Abner made peace with David. And one day Joab was coming in. He saw Abner leaving. He started asking questions. See, he thought somebody was going to take his position. So he went and killed Abner. He first killed Asahel, Abner's nephew. Then he killed Abner. Him and Abner was going to rumble because of that. So then, later on, Amasa gets put in charge of the army. Joab gets set down. King David knew what he was doing. Joab goes out and kills Amasa. Joab always wanted to be the first man. You got to remember this, family. There's a lot of people, and I'm going to give you a hint. There's a lot of people who chase fortune and fame, even at your very expense. One way you can tell these people is that they will always try to destroy the people that pose a threat to them. They would always try to destroy those people who pose a threat to them by any means necessary. They will try to take those people out, take those people down. Believe me, this is a fact. And they do it unrighteously. Another thing to watch is if a man has too many titles in too short period of time. There is no way that a man should rise from a chief man to a Prince Hagadol in 1 year. It shouldn't happen. I mean, he goes through the ranks of different positions, different titles in 1 year. Where did he ever prove himself to be worthy of any of those things? That means that that man has an agenda, and he's going to do what he got to do no matter who he got to step on, kick, or squash to achieve his agenda. He hasn't proven himself to be worthy of anything to be standing up in such a high-ranking position in such a short period of time. It takes time to accomplish these things. But then you got males today. I'm chief this today. I'm Moray that tomorrow. And then the next day after that, I'm Kohen Hagadol, or I'm Prince Hagadol. And those type of things is a problem. That shows that there's a mental issue, a fight, a struggle inside of the man, of the individual who does that to himself. And it's not good. Slow pace, steady work will prove, and the people will give you and anoint you who you need to be. Just be patient. You'll get there. As long as you put the work in, you'll get there. He conferred with Joab, the son of Zeruiah, with Abiathar, the priest. All these people got on the side with Adonijah. Joab sided up with Adonijah, and Abiathar, the priest, sided up with Adonijah. And they followed Adonijah and helped him. Joab in the past never left David's side. This time, he may have felt he wasn't leaving David, but yet he didn't seek David for permission to do what he did by backing his son to be king. He just did it. So therefore, he was saying, David is about to die, and I got to reestablish myself in position so I can still be the head man. So he went with who he thought was going to be the king. He supported him. Now remember, Adonijah was the fourth born. He was born right after Absalom. He was a little older. Shlomo was a buck, anywhere between 15 to 22 years old. He was a buck, a young buck. Who would have thought that he would have been the next king? But Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Joiada, and Nathan the prophet, and Shimei and Rai, and David's mighty men, they were not with Adonijah. They knew better because they would talk to the king. And also, a lot of them heard the king say, King Shlomo, or Shlomo should be king after me in my stead. A lot of people heard him say that. Adonijah probably heard it too. But that's why he had to hurry up and run to the forefront so he could pronounce himself to be king and have all the people behind him. Jesus, King of Israel. Adonijah setting himself up. Y'all see the similarity in all of this? Adonijah sacrificed. Now this next part here, I got mixed reviews on. I'm going to say something to you, but I really can't support it too much, what I'm about to say. I can support it a little bit, but not too much. And this is what I'll say to you. And this is probably why all of them got put to death. It says, Adonijah sacrificed sheep, oxen, and fattle cattle by the shepherd's stone, which is in Beth Edirogel. And he invited his brothers, the king's sons, and all the royal officials of Judah. But he did not invite Nathan the prophet, or Benaiah, or the mighty men of Solomon, or Solomon his brother. Adonijah sacrificed sheep, oxen, and fatted cattle by the shepherd, by the serpent's stone. Now, the serpent's stone, through some of the research that I've done, was a place of idol worship. It was a place of idolatry. So if I'm reading into this right, then Adonijah would have been committing idolatry and going to this place to worship the deity for blessings, for power, for the ability to rule over the house of Israel, who was the Most High's people. And that within itself is wickedness. And maybe that's why Adonijah didn't get to live. Because he resorted to demons to have his blessings placed upon him, as opposed to resorting to the Most High, the righteous way. Then Nathan, after he got a whiff of all this, that they're anointing Adonijah to be king. Then Nathan said to Bathsheba, now watch how Nathan the prophet, watch how he's thinking. He's on point. He didn't say, thus saith the Most High. This is his own mind right now, but he's on point. Watch what he says. Then Nathan says to Bathsheba, the mother of Shlomo, have you not heard that Adonijah, the son of Haggith, had become king, and David, our Lord, does not know it? Now, let me tell you why that was so important. Had the people supported him and Adonijah was king for any period of time, King Shlomo, King Solomon, who was King Shlomo, and Bathsheba, his mother, would have been annihilated. They would have been rubbed out, because wicked men, when they take over the kingdom, they kill off all who opposes them. They would kill them. Therefore, David's children, Shlomo and his wife Bathsheba, their lives was in jeopardy. Now Adonijah was going to take the throne and take Abishag to be his wife. That was his plan. He was going to kill Shlomo, he was going to kill Bathsheba, and he was going to take Abishag as his wife, his father's wife, as his wife, and that would have made the people support him even more, because he now has his father's possessions. Now therefore come, let me give you advice, that you may save your own life and the life of your sons Shlomo. He says, go in at once to King David and say to him, did you not, my lord the king, swear to your servant, saying, Shlomo, your son, shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne? Didn't you say that, king? Now this is still her and Nathan the prophet scheming, but they're telling the truth. Then why then is Adonijah king? So this is what she was supposed to say to David. Then while you are speaking with the king, I also will come in after you, and I will confirm your words. They had a plan already notched out. Sometimes when you approach the king, you already got to know what you're going to say and how you're going to say it. And that's what they did to King David on his deathbed, to get him to remember what he said. And he did say it. So Bathsheba went into the king in his chambers. Now, this is what I wanted to mention as well. The king already had Abishag in there, doing her thing, taking care of him, washing him, cooking his food, comforting him, bringing him spiritual, physical comfort whenever he needed, making him feel like a man again. Not one time does it say through the scriptures that Bathsheba felt intimidated. Not one time that it says through the scriptures that Bathsheba felt some kind of way about sharing her husband. Bathsheba understood she was old. What I mean by that is not old in age, but she had been with Dawid all this time. She's nothing new. There's nothing that she could have done to prolong Dawid's life. But something new come into his life. And it's no disrespect to Bathsheba. It doesn't mean that he didn't love her. It doesn't mean that she wasn't a great wife. All it meant, because he loved Bathsheba, all it meant is that when a man is challenged with a new challenge, a beautiful young challenge to his upkeep, it brings him a new vitality, a new energy of life. It brings him a refreshing of spirit. When you always have the same old, it degresses your energy. Even if you got the same old in the same person, it degresses your energy because you don't have to think as much. You don't have to focus as much. You already know how to handle it. But with this new individual, new beauty that you have not conquered, and every man should be seeking to conquer his wife. When you got a new energy in your life that you have not conquered, you're focusing on conquering that energy, causing that energy to respect and submit to your dominance. That's just human nature. Unless you that way. If you're that way, then you're not trying to conquer nothing. You're just letting it be as it is. And it will end up conquering you. And you won't have no problem with it because you bent over anyway. But if you're a man, a real man, you are always looking to conquer the energies in your circle. That's what you hear with that thing what they call the alpha male. The alpha male is always conquering the energies in his circle with other male animals or people. But the problem is when we're dealing with individuals of building a nation, you can have a room of alpha men as long as they all know who the superior alpha dog is or the alpha boss is. And as long as they all give allegiance to him, then the rest of them will be given ranks and authority to govern based on their energy, their spiritual strength. That's what it means about alpha energy. Verse 16, 1 Kings chapter 1, verse 16. So Bathsheba had no problem, no issues with Abishag catering to her man so much. No issues, no problem. She never even questioned it. She understood the principles of life. She understood that. So Bathsheba went to the king in his chamber. Now the king was very old, and Abishag the Shulamite was attending to the king when she came in. As smooth as I see Bathsheba is, she probably started helping the Shulamite to attend to the king. Bathsheba bowed and paid homage to the king. And the king said, "What do you desire?" He already knew. What you coming for? He already knew. You can't fool a man when a man is on point. He know his wife. He said, "What are you looking for? What you desire?" She said to him, watch how she respects him. They've been married all these years, at least 15 to 22 years, at least. And watch the loyalty and the respect that she still pays to her man. She says, "My Lord." Whoa. When the last time your wife called you my Lord or some significant title other than MF? She said, "My Lord, you showed to your servant by the Most High, your Elohim, saying, you swore to your servant by the Most High, your Elohim, saying, Shalomo, your son, shall reign after you, and he shall sit on my throne. This is what you said, my Lord, King Dawid, my husband. This is what you said," said Bathsheba. "And now, behold, Adonijah, the son of Haggith, he rules on the throne. And now Behold, Adonijah is king, although you, my lord the king, do not know it. He hath sacrificed oxen, fatted cattle, and sheep in abundance, and has invited all the sons of the king, Abiathar the priest, Joab the commander of the army, but Solomon your servant he has not invited. See, y'all women got a way to get through to your man and nobody else can. She was just warming him up. When Nathan come in, he gonna see the rest. They working together. And now, my lord the king, the eyes of all of Yisrael are on you. The eyes of Israel wanted to know if he would promote Adonijah to be king or destroy Adonijah from sitting in that seat. So everybody's waiting, watching to see what the king would do. Tell them who shall sit on the throne of my lord the king after him. Otherwise, it will come to pass when my lord the king sleeps with his fathers, that I and my son will be counted offenders and therefore put to death. She understood that. Whereas today, you guys think it's just a race to see who's going to be the head honcho Israelite in today's world. Y'all don't even understand how crucial it is right now that you find your spiritual leader and link up with him. You have no idea what it's like. When the holy days come out, we should all be right here on this land. We shouldn't have to be on YouTube. We should be, all these people who are on YouTube right now, 2,100 people in the room. We should all be gathering on this land right here during the holy days. We should all be here. And we should blow it out with a big festival, a big feast, a big celebration. We have to go get a stage to put up so people can perform to give glory to the Most High. We need to do it right. So let's propose that, family. Let's swear before the Most High that we will do that. We'll put our monies in and we'll set up so that everybody within the sound of my voice will be here on this land the next Day of Atonement, the next Yom Kippur, the next Passover, to celebrate high and mighty before this king. Let's stop playing games. Let's do it. Let's do it in the way of our forefathers and how they used to do in the ancient days. But the problem is, too many of you ain't going to do it. But I pray and wish that you would have the courage to do it. Otherwise, it will come to pass when the Lord my king sleeps with his fathers, that I and my son Solomon, Shalomo, will be counted offenders. While she was still speaking with the king, Nathan the prophet came in. So he walked in while she was still speaking. And eventually, she's going to walk out. She's going to walk out while they're talking. And watch what happens. And they told the king, here is Nathan the prophet. When he came in before the king, he bowed before the king with his face to the ground. And Nathan said, my lord the king, have you said Adonijah shall reign after me? And he shall sit on my throne? For he has gone down this day and have sacrificed oxen, fatted cattle, and sheep in abundance, and has invited all the king's sons, the commanders of the army, and Abiathar the priest. And behold, they are eating and drinking before him, saying, long live Adonijah the king! Long live Jesus the king! That's what they saying. But me, your servant, as Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and your servant Solomon, he has not invited. Has this thing been brought about by my king, my lord the king? And have you not told your servants who shall sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? This thing aroused David. This thing got David excited, emotionally excited. This gave him life. Oh, he sat up. And you know what? Adonijah did all these things because the Creator moved his spirit. Adonijah did all these things because the Most High had to make this thing go with a blast. He knew, the Most High knew Adonijah was wicked and would only cause Solomon problems in the future. Therefore, he had to substantiate who was going to be king after David with force and power. So that's what he did. And he did it his way. And watch what happened. Then King David answered. He said, call Bathsheba to me. Boihena Bathsheba. Boihena Ishti. Boihena Hamalek Rotseyat. So she came in the king's presence and stood before the king. And the king swore, saying, as the Most High lives, who has redeemed my soul out of every adversity, as I swore to you by the Most High. This is in the presence of all the people. The Elohim, Ha Elohim of Yisrael, saying, Shalomo, your son, who is only 15, shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne in my place. Even so will I do this day. Nobody knew David was about to die. The Most High knew it. The Most High agitated this situation so that David would speak out of his mouth before the presence of all the people that Shalomo was to reign after me. Had the Most High not excited this situation, the next oldest son, who was Adonijah, would have inherited the throne. And then killed off Shalomo and what's her name? Abigail. No, not Abigail. Bathsheba would have killed them all off. And he would have reigned, and our history would be totally different. But the Most High had a plan. The Most High knew that David needed to speak it out of his mouth while he was alive. Not wait till he dead and then say, well, David actually said that Shalomo was supposed to take over. No! Make this thing happen right now while he's alive. And the people will know that it's true. So no one could ever doubt. How many people, I remember one time I was at a community. I was a part of a community in Cincinnati, Ohio. And the great Moreh Elisha passed away without doing what David just did and announcing who is going to sit on his throne after he leaves. The great Moreh Elisha didn't get a chance to do that. And them brothers started arguing, fussing, and fighting and separating, going in their own way, opening up a camp over here, opening up a camp over there, opening up a camp. And the one who took over after Moreh Elisha was a brother that Moreh Elisha didn't even get along with. The brother that I used to have to counsel because he was having issues with Moreh Elisha. They going at war with each other. He used to call me up so we can talk and do what we had to do to straighten things out. This is real. These things had to be done. The Moreh should have established who's going to take this throne over after I'm departed this life. But he didn't. And it left, and I got to give that brother my props, because what happened is the strongest man survived. The strongest man took over. Whoever was the strongest, the sharpest, the wittest, whoever was going to do what they had to do to survive, and he survived and he took over. He didn't even get along with Moreh Elisha in real life when Moreh Elisha was alive, but he took over that throne. And as far as I know, he's still reigning on that throne. Now, a lot of people might not like what I said, but ain't nothing I said wasn't the truth. Everything was the truth. And Prince don't hide from nobody, because Prince is a man. And that's how men move. I speak truth. But David did differently. David said, I got it. And I'm going to show the world that my son Shalomo is going to take over after me. Then Bathsheba bowed with her face to the ground and paid homage to the king. Boy, when I see people show signs of honor and loyalty and integrity, it just gets me excited. I feel it with a passion in my soul. I do. She bowed with her face to the ground to her husband and paid homage to the king and said, "May my lord the king live forever." She wished blessing upon him. She didn't know he was about to leave this life. King David said, probably with a soft and weak voice, he probably said, call me Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada. So they came before the king, and the king said to them, take with you the servants of your Lord, and have Shlomo, my son, ride on my mule. What? Have Shlomo, my son, to ride on my horse. No, he didn't ride the horse. He rode the mule. Why did he ride the mule? Because a mule is a symbol of humility. A horse is a haughty thing. The mule is a symbol of humility and peace. Therefore, he rode on the mule, not just any mule, but the king's mule, and bring him down to Gihon. Gihon was the place where he had him anointed to be king. And let Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet there anoint him king over Yisrael. I don't know if you know, but I'm going to bring this out. He actually had a double blessing upon his head. He had Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet. They both were Levites, but these were high-ranking officials. Adonijah only had Abiathar, the priest. Shlomo got Zadok and Nathan. And these people was renowned throughout Israel in those days. Everybody knew who they were. He says, then blow with the trumpet and say, long live King Shlomo. Man, can you imagine how that was on that day? To be riding on that donkey, and then to be anointed by the whole nation, by the two kings, two priests, Levites, that you should be king of the nation. Your father to be the greatest man that walked the earth in many years. Man, can you imagine that feeling? You shall then come up after him, and he shall come and sit on my throne. Adonijah didn't get to do none of this. He shall then get to sit on my throne, for he shall be king in my place. And I have appointed him to be ruler over Yisrael and over Judah. So David didn't just make this up in his imagination. The Most High told him that Shlomo was going to be king. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, answered the king, Amen. I doubt if he said amen, but they got it ahead that he said amen, so I ain't going to argue with him. Have that argument a different day. May the Most High, Ha Elohim of my Lord the King, say so. As the Most High has been with my Lord the King, even so may he be with Shlomo, and make his throne great, that the throne of my Lord King greater than the throne of my Lord King David. If you think about it, it was. So David, what do I mean? Shlomo reigned on the throne for 40 years. He had 40 years of peace. David fought and sweat and bled to remain king on the throne. Shlomo didn't have to do none of that because his father paved the way for him through the sacrifices that he made. So Zadok, the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, do you see what they got set up here? No man can rule by himself. You got Zadok the priest, the Levite, and you got Nathan the prophet. He's also a Levite, but he gets to speak the word of the Most High. And Benaiah, who was the captain of the guards and military. Anytime you setting up something in the earth that's about force, structure, and power, you need an army. You need security. Anything valuable has to be protected, right? Therefore, you need protection to protect it. So Benaiah was the captain of the guards, and the Cherethites was those who looked after David's personal things, and the Pelethites, they went down and had Shlomo ride on the king's mule and brought him to Gihon. There, Zadok the priest took the horn of oil from the tent and anointed Shlomo. When Zadok the priest took the horn of oil from the Mohel Meol, the temple of the Most High, that anointing oil is only supposed to go on the head of certain people: a priest, a prophet, or a king. That's it. He was anointed him to be king, so he had every right to get that oil poured on his head. Then they blew the trumpet, and all the people said, "Long live King Shlomo. Long live King Shlomo." And all the people went up after him, playing on pipes and rejoicing with great joy, so that the earth was split by the noise. Adonijah and all the guests who were with him heard it as they finished feasting. And when Joab heard the sound of the trumpet, he said, "What does this uproar in the city mean?" While he was still speaking, behold, Jehonatan, the son of Abiathar, the priest, came. And Adonijah said, "Come in, for you are a worthy man." Now I want to say this. I had to read this again, because I don't want this to be taken lightly, this part that I'm about to read. Adonijah and all his people had just pronounced Adonijah to be king. David and all his people had just announced Shlomo to be king. So now we got a war going on right here. It sounds like war. No blows have been thrown. Not one blow has been thrown. Adonijah, come in. Abiathar the priest came, and Elijah said, "Come in, for you are a worthy man, and bring good tidings." What did he mean by that? He means, as far as he's concerned, Abiathar, who anointed him to be king, had paid his dues. He earned the right to come in. How many people do you let in your life today who has not earned that right? You just let them in because somebody said that this person was cool. You haven't tested them. You haven't tried them. You don't know what their true intentions are. You didn't even ask them any questions. You just let them in. That's a mistake. Or you just let them in. Now, that person that say cool is a part of that brotherhood, then you have to accept that, because the brotherhood ain't going to let nothing in that ain't right. But we're just talking about common people. You meet somebody on the bus stop and the brother or the sister seems to be a nice person, you just let them in. You don't make them prove themselves of anything. So many females have just let a male in, and then after they let him in, she's pregnant and don't get to see him again. Or she find out he's a piece of trash and he don't stand. It's because you didn't make him prove his worth. You didn't test him. You didn't challenge him. And that happens so often. This guy got you 3 or 4 kids, and you didn't challenge him one time, and now he gone. Come in, for you are worthy, man. You are a worthy man, and bring good news. Jehonatan answered Adonijah, "No, for our Lord King David has made Shlomo king. And the king has set with him Zadok the priest, all reputable men, Nathan the prophet, all reputable men, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, all reputable men. And the Kerethites, the Pelethites, and they had him ride on the king's mule. And Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet have anointed him at Gihon, and they have gone up from there rejoicing, so that the city is in an uproar. This is the noise that you have heard. Solomon sits on the royal throne. Game over. No questions of his authority. Moreover, and David still alive. Moreover, the king's servant came to congratulate our Lord King David, saying, may your Elohim make the name of Shlomo more famous than yours. There is no greater blessing for a man to see his son be greater than him in life. My son may be here listening today. So the words that I just said, he knows is a fact. There's no greater blessing for a man, not a male, but a man, to see his son be greater than him in life. When he passed on, all that he's accomplished, his son doubled, tripled, quadrupled what the father was able to achieve. And part of that is because he listened to the wisdom of his father and stood on his father's shoulders. And that's how he was able to achieve the greatness that he achieved. He stood on the shoulders of his father by listening to the words of his father. And the king bowed himself on the bed. And the king also said, blessed be the Most High, Ha-Elohim of Yisrael, who has granted someone to sit on my throne this day, my own eyes seeing it. I don't know if you understand how much of a blessing that is. David had his life threatened multiple times. He wasn't supposed to be there. But here he is, witnessing his own seed sitting on his throne after him. Another great blessing, that the Most High will prolong the days of a man, that he will see the great works of his son after him. Then all the guests of Adonijah trembled, because they will be taken as traitors. So therefore they were afraid. And they rose, and each went his way. They all abandoned Adonijah. They all left Adonijah. Jesus, the King of Israel. They left you, Jesus. What's going on? They left him. They ran, and they feared Shlomo. So he arose and went and took hold of the horns of the altar. Then it was told Shlomo, behold, Adonijah fears King Shlomo. For behold, he has laid hold of the horns of the altar, saying, let King Shlomo swear to me first that he will not put his servant to death with the sword. Adonijah knew he was worthy of death, but he begged that it wouldn't be. And Solomon said, Shlomo said, if he will show himself a worthy man, not one of his hairs shall fall to the earth. But if wickedness be found in him, he shall die. So King Shlomo sent, and they brought him down from the altar. And he came and paid homage to King Shlomo. And Shlomo said to him, go to your house. He humbled himself to King Shlomo. King Shlomo said to him, Lakely Bikhonit Shelka. He said, go to your house. Go to your house. And he did. When David's time drew near, he commanded Shlomo his son, saying, I am about to go the way of all the earth. Be strong and show yourself a man. When I read that part right there, it almost had me in tears. This king, this man, is about to depart this life. The first advice he gives to his son, which was the best advice, was to be strong and show yourself manly. More males need to hear this today. Because most of us don't know what it means to show yourself as a man. Most of us doesn't understand what that means. And are in desperate need of lessons to learn what showing yourself as a man, what it means. It means you walk in your integrity in everything that you do. You be fair and of a contrite spirit before all the Most High's creation. You execute judgment when needed. You execute discipline when earned. You understand? Don't just give somebody your respect because they show up. Give them the respect because they earned it, and be disciplined in your nature while doing it. Be intentional in your actions. That means you give it great thought, and you have now decided that this is the best thing to do, therefore you do it. It's something when you say, show yourself to be a man, because a lot of males today doesn't understand what manhood means. Manhood means you take on the responsibilities of others, even though it benefits you not. And keep the charge of the Most High your Elohim, walking in his ways and keeping his statutes, his commandments, his rules, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moshe, that you may prosper in all that you do and wherever you turn, that the Most High may establish his word that he's spoken concerning me, saying, if your sons pay close attention to their ways, to walk before me in faithfulness with all their mind and with all their soul, you shall not lack a man on the throne of Yisrael. Show yourself to be a man and keep the Most High in your heart and serve him. You can't be a man without serving the Most High. Very difficult to do. Moreover, you also know that Joab, remember Joab, y'all, the captain of the guards, Joab, y'all, who just sided up with Adonijah to make Adonijah king, Joab betrayed Dawid and Dawid's son Shlomo when he sided up with Dawid's son Adonijah. Remember Joab, the son of Zeruiah. Remember what he did to me, and I didn't execute punishment on him because I needed him. You don't need him. You got Benaiah. Remember what he did, how he dealt with the two commanders of the armies of Israel, Abner, the son of Ner, and Amasa, the son of Jether, whom he killed. Amasa was the one that Joab met, that King Dawid put in place of Joab. And he had Joab shake his hand, and Joab shaked his hand with one hand and stabbed him with the spear, the sword, with the other hand, and killed him. Avenging in time of peace for blood that had been shed in war, and putting the blood of war on the belt around his waist and on the sandals of his feet. So he killed these men and then put their blood on his waist and on his shoes. Act therefore according to your wisdom, but do not let his great head go down to the grave in peace. Kill him. Kill him. He said, Joab's time has come. take him out. But deal loyally with the sons of Baral-zebah, Zillah, the Gileadite, and let them be among those who eat at your table. Who are the sons of Baral-zebah? Barzillai, the Gileadite. Who are they? Remember when we was reading the story and David was running from his son Absalom, and these men came out and brought them beds and brought them food and clothing and water. They came out into the wilderness and gave all this stuff to David so that his men could eat and sleep and be happy and wash and bathe and get themselves together. Remember the men that did that? See, that's what I love about David. David is a very honorable man. And this is the type of people we have to be. We have to do things to people who earn what we have to give to them. Not just do it just for the sake of doing it, unless that's where your heart moves you. But do it because people earn this type of treatment from you. If you got a lot to give, give it to people that's worthy. People who have served you to some degree and earned it. People who have helped you when they didn't have to help you. People who did things for you when they didn't have to do it. When nobody was looking, they looked out for you. Those are the people you're supposed to look out for. They don't make no noise. They just got it done. He says, for with such loyalty, they met me when I fled from Absalom, your brother. And there is also with you Shimei, the son of Gera. Y'all remember Shimei, right? The one who spit, curse, and tried to curse David. The Benjamite from Bahurim, who cursed me with a grievous curse on the day when I went out to Mahanaim. But when he came out to meet me at the Jordan, I swore to him, that's when he came back apologizing. He said, I swore to him by the Most High, saying, I will not put you to death with the sword. Now, therefore, do not hold him guiltless. He says, do not hold him guiltless. He got to die. He said, I swore that I wouldn't kill him, but that don't mean that you can't. All these people did all this stuff to me during my lifetime, but I did not execute judgment on them. I'm telling you that now you may. Now, therefore, do not hold him guiltless, for you are a wise man. And remember, he's about 15 to 20 years old. You will know what you ought to do to him, and you shall bring his gray head down with blood to the grave. Then David slept with his fathers and was buried in the city of David. At the time that David reigned over Yisrael was 40 years. He reigned 7 years in Hebron and 33 years in Jerusalem. So Shlomo sat on the throne of his father, and his kingdom was firmly established. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Let's see what's being said over here on the sideline. I see so much action taking place. I love this part. Remember my enemies and told him, you owe them nothing. I love that he prepared or paired his life. He paired this life giving orders. It reminds me of when my father was passing, how everyone who came to them left with marching orders, and each visit gave him more time. Okay. Wow, this hits different now. Baruch ha-Elohim. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Then Adonijah, the son of Haggith. Remember what I told you Adonijah's intentions was, what his plans were? Yeah, Adonijah going to show you that I knew what I was talking about. I need 5 minutes, y'all. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Let's do this. We back. May the Most High be praised. First Kings chapter 2, verse 13. Then Adonijah, the son of Haggith, came to Bathsheba, the mother of Shlomo. And she said, "Do you come peacefully?" He said, "Peacefully." Then he said, "I have something to say to you." She said, "Speak." He said, "You know that the kingdom was mine, and that all Yisrael fully accepted me to reign. However, the kingdom has turned about and become my brother's, for it was his from the Most High." Big difference. Big difference. He says the kingdom was given to my brother from the Most High. He knew who the kingdom belonged to. He knew that it was Solomon's kingdom. But what he tried to do was usurp the throne and put himself in position and take over and take control of the kingdom. But he already knew who the Most High favored. But he just closed his eyes, devised the plan, and tried to take over. And people will do that to you. It says, he said, "And now I have one request to make of you. Do not refuse me." She said to him, "Speak." And he said, "Please ask King Shlomo. He will not refuse you to give me Abishai the Shulamite as my wife." Somebody post on the side what the problem is with that. He said, "Ask King Shlomo to give me Abishag the Shulamite as my wife." Why is that a problem, family? Somebody tell me why that's a problem. Who knows why that's a problem? Who knows why that's a problem? He said, give me Abishag, the Shulamite, as my wife. Nobody knows why that's a problem? All right, I gave y'all a lot of time, plenty of time to type that in the room. So because nobody typed it, that was his father's wife. Yes, that was his father's wife, but what is the problem with him taking his father's wife? What does that mean? I shared this with y'all when I read the whole story about Absalom, while Absalom slept with the wives on the roof. What does it mean? Why is that a problem? What belongs to the king belongs to the king. Okay, I'm still listening, and I'm still waiting for that answer. Why would it have been a problem if he had given him Abishag, his father's wife? The scripture said David never had intercourse with her. It says he didn't know her. So why would it be a problem? Nobody knows. It's against the law. No, it's not against the law. Why is it a problem? Why is that? Because she slept with David. Scripture says she didn't sleep with David. This is almost the closest to it. Her thing is almost the closest to it. The nakedness of your father's wife do not uncover if your father's naked. Father's dead. It's not his nakedness no more. That's close. That's close. But what is the answer here now, family? Come on now. I know y'all know. Y'all just not thinking. So what are you saying, Ima? What are you saying? The son is the king now. What are you saying? Please make it clear. What are you saying? I kind of think you got it, but I need you to explain it. Why was it a problem for Adonijah to have his father's ex-wife, his father's widow? Why was it a problem when Adonijah told Bathsheba to go ask King Solomon to give him Abishag, the Shulamite? Yeah, she was an Israelite. Nobody knows the answer. Okay, so I guess on this day, you will truly learn something if you didn't already know. Asking for his brother's woman. Okay, it would be his brother's woman now because King David left him. All right, here you go. Here's the answer. Was she now the king? Yes, she's now in the king's possession. But that don't mean anything. The important thing is that she was David's wife. The only man that can have a king's wife is another king. Therefore, if Solomon would have said to him, here, you can have our father's wife, then Solomon might as well give him the kingdom, because that meant that he was inheriting his father's possessions, and the kingdom is a portion of his father's possessions. Solomon understood that. Adonijah understood that. It's just us who don't understand that. That's just like making him king. If you possess the wife of your father, the king, that means you are the king. So now Adonijah, he understood that by he's still scheming and how he can take over this throne. He's still scheming. And that was one of the ways that he was trying to take over the throne all over again. But what he forgot was that his brother told him, if you come up with any of your plans again, I'm going to kill you. That's right. He might as well ask for the kingship because he took his father's possessions. And now I have one request to make of you. Do not refuse me, she asked to him, speak. And he said, please ask King Solomon if he will not refuse you to give me Abishag the Shulamite as my wife. Bathsheba said, very well, I will speak for you to the king. See, he saw Solomon as a young, foolish guy. But remember, Shlomo was a very wise guy. Shlomo understood what the common man didn't. For his age, if he's 15, he had the knowledge of a 60 or 70-year-old man. Yes, he was scheming. He was scheming again, trying to take over the throne, trying to usurp another position. So Bathsheba went to Shlomo, King Shlomo, to speak to him on behalf of Adonijah. And the king rose to meet her and bowed down to her. Now he's king, and he's still showing respect to his mother. Y'all hear what I'm saying? He was king. He still bowed down to his mother. Then he sat on his throne and had a seat brought for the king's mother, and she sat on his right hand. Then she said, I have one small request to make of you. I have one small request to make of you. Do not refuse me. And the king said to her, make your request, my mother, for I will not refuse you. He lied. He should have said, I will try not to refuse you. She said, let Abishag, the Shulamite, be given to Adonijah, your brother, as his wife. What you say, mother? Let Abishag, the Shulamite, be given to Adonijah, your brother, as his wife. King Shlomo answered his mother, and why do you ask Abishag the Shulamite for Adonijah? Ask for him the kingdom also, for he is my older brother, and of his side are Abiathar the priest and Joab the son of Zeruiah. Then King Shlomo swore by the power of the Most High, saying, Ha Elohim do so to me, and more also, if this word does not cause Adonijah his life. Adonijah was still scheming. He was still scheming of how to take over the throne. And he still had those guys in his corner backing him up. Now therefore, as the Most High liveth, who has established me and placed me on the throne of David my father, and who have made me a house, as he's promised, Adonijah shall be put to death today. Hine, Hayo, today. So King Solomon sent Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and he struck him down, and he died. Do you know how powerful it is to be able to speak a word and take a man's life? And Abiathar the priest. Now, once he died, the rest of them had to go too. And Abiathar the priest, the king said, go to Anathoth, to your estate, for you deserve death. But I will not at this time put you to death, because you carried the ark of the Most High before David my father, and because you shared in all my father's afflictions. So Solomon, Shlomo, expelled Abiathar from being priest to the Most High, thus fulfilling the word of the Most High that he had spoken concerning the house of Eli in Shiloh. When the news came to Joab, for Joab had supported Adonijah, although he had supported Absalom. He did not support Absalom. Joab fled to the tent of the Most High and caught hold of the horn of the altars. And when it was told King Shlomo, Joab has fled to the tent of the Most High, and behold, he is beside the altar, Shlomo sent Benaiah. Benaiah ain't no joke. He said, I need me a couple Benaiahs. Anybody know any Benaiahs for hire? Prince is looking for some men, some good men that can walk with him and get this job done that we need over here. He said, Joab was fled to the tent of the Most High, and behold, he is beside the altar. Shlomo sent Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, saying, go, strike him down. So Benaiah came to the tent of the Most High and said to him, the king commands, come out. But he said, no. He said, I will die here. Then Benaiah brought the king word again, saying, thus said Joab, and thus he answered me. The king replied to him, do as he said. Strike him down and bury him, and thus take away from me and my father's house the guilt of the blood that Joab shed without cause. The Most High will bring back his bloody deeds on his own head, because without the knowledge of my father David, he attacked and killed with the sword 2 men more righteous and better than himself. Abner, the son of Ner, commander of the army of Yisrael, and Amasa, the son of Jether, commander of the army of Judah. So shall their blood come back on the heads of Joab and on the head of his descendants forever. Now, I don't know if you notice what he said, but the sin that he committed, Joab committed against Abner and Amasa, he said their blood should come back upon Joab's head and Joab's descendants' heads forever. So there it is again. In your DNA is buried all the things that your forefathers did. It's in your DNA. And it can be handed down from generation to generation to generation. Some things you just don't understand why you have a fixation for some things in life. But once you realize that these things are not right and shouldn't be done, all you need to do is stop doing them. All you need to do is change your actions. All you need to do is stop doing the evil and wickedness and fight against it, and you will eradicate it out of your DNA so that the next generations that come after you, that won't be an issue that they will have to fight with. But for David and his descendants and his house, and for his throne, there shall be peace from the Most High forevermore. Then Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, went up and struck him down and put him to death. And he was buried in his own house in the wilderness. The king put Benaiah, the sons of Jehoiada, over the army in place of Joab, and the king put Zadok, the priest, in place of Abiathar. Then the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, build yourself a house in Jerusalem and dwell there, and do not go out from there to any place whatsoever. For on the day you go out and cross the brook Kidron, know for certain you shall die. Your blood should be on your own head. And Shimei said to the king, what you say is good, and my lord the king have said, so will I do, so will your servant do. So Shimei lived in Yerushalayim many years. But it happened at the end of 3 years that two of Shimei's servants ran away to Achish, son of Maacah, king of Gath. And when it was told Shimei, behold, your servant is in Gath, Shimei arose and saddled a donkey and went to Gath to Achish to seek his servants. Shimei went and brought his servants from Gath, and when Shlomo was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and returned, the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, King Shlomo ain't no joke. At 15 to 22 years old, he is on point. When Shlomo was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and returned, the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, did I not make you swear by the Most High and solemnly warn you, saying, know you for certainly that on the day you go out and go to any place, whatever, you shall die. And you said to me, what you say is good, I will obey. When then have you not kept your oath to the Most High and the commandment with which I commanded you? The king also said to Shimei, you know in your own heart all the harm that you did to Dawid, my father. What was the harm that he did to Dawid, his father? The harm that he did to Dawid, his father, was that he disrespected him in front of his men. So when he disrespected him in front of his men, and his men witnessed this, this would also cause his men to become disrespectful in the future, thereby harming Dawid's credibility, thereby harming Dawid's respect that he has with his army, thereby incapacitating Dawid to fully be able to execute righteous judgment in his army as he should. Shimei caused a lot of damage. When people speak ill of your name, they damage your reputation. When they have you, why then have you not? The king also said to Shimei, you know in your own heart all the harm that you did to Dawid, my father. So the Most High will bring back your harm on your own head. So by speaking on another man's name, it's a punishment worthy of death if you're wrong. But King Solomon shall be blessed, and the throne of Dawid shall be established before the Most High forever. Then the king commanded Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck him down, and he died. So the kingdom was established in the hand of Shlomo. Solomon's prayer for wisdom. All right, family, we're going to stop right there for the day. Are there any questions? Are there any questions, any comments, anything that we need to talk about? Are there any questions, family? What a wonderful lesson we had today. The Most High guiding us in the proper way that we may serve him and learn more about what he requires of us. If there are no questions, we're going to close it out in prayer and be done for the day. Next week, we're going to be in the book of Judges. We're going to also be in the Kings, but we're going to be in the book of Judges, chapter 15. All right, nobody's responding. I'm going to close this out in prayer. May the Most High be with you all. Abi, our power, our King, our Master, Savior of Yisrael. We come to you at this time, Father, asking for permission to approach unto your throne. Thank you, Father, for your mercy, your protection, your blessings, and your guidance. Thank you, Father, for another beautiful Shabbat day that you have blessed us with. We ask, O Most High, that you will bring healing, mentally, physically, spiritually, and financial healing to the people in the listening audience, those of your people who desire to serve you in righteousness and truth and are doing so. Those who have put in the work and the time and the effort to show you that they desire to please you. Bless them where they are, Father. And the ones battling with prostate cancer, the ones battling with lung cancer and heart failure, liver damage, and kidney failure, we ask that you will bless them too, Father. Prolong their days and heal them from the sickness that plagues them, that seeks to harm and take their lives. Forgive them for their iniquities and their abominations that they have committed unto you, and give them another opportunity to live and be happy and joyous in life with a great spirit. Creator, we ask that you will give us that possession that we pray for. Give it to us, Father, and bless us with that. For you are worthy of all praise to help us to get further in life, mentally, physically, emotionally, and financially, in every way possible. Be with us, your people. Great Master, deliverer of all, owner and possessor of all souls. We humble ourselves to you, and we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbi. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. That's it. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbi. Thank you, Father, for your mercy endureth forever. All praise, glory, and honor be unto thee, our power, our King, our Master, from everlasting to everlasting. You are King. All right. So I guess I take it there's no more questions, right? No more questions, no more comments. So we're going to close it out. Ima, is there any announcements you need to make? Are there any announcements you need to make, Ima?
Low.
Okay.
The Wi-Fi is acting up.
Oh, the Wi-Fi is acting up? Okay, no problem. Well, I got pretty good Wi-Fi where I'm at. All right. May the Most High be with you all. And if it's the Most High's will, we'll see you all again next Shabbat. I think next Shabbat we're supposed to be broadcasting from another location, but we'll let you know on that time. Shalom, shalom, family. Toda Rabbi, and thank you for coming in. Spend your Shabbat day with us. Toda Rabbi. Shalom, shalom. Please don't forget to go out, like, share, and subscribe. Please don't forget to go out, like, share, and subscribe. Please.
Am I ending it?